Charges on the beat. Stay tuned to Spoon to get your information. Stay tuned to Spoon to be part of our discussion. Just tune to Spoon to know what is happening in Liberia, what the ministry and agencies are doing, what the policy makers are saying, what exactly are the issues confronting the average Liberian citizen. Spoon to Spoon. I'd like to welcome all of you tonight. This is the first edition of Spoon Talk for February. Interestingly, we're in the second month of 2026. I'd like to welcome you tonight. My name is Nelson Collier. This is Spoon Talk. We're live across the Spoon Network, Spoon FM 107.5. We're live on Fabric Radio 101.1 and Super 95.5 FM. To make that decision, many thanks to Voice of Liberia 104.1. We're beaming live across several counties on Voice of Liberia. And thanks to all of the partner radio stations that will most times relay the program even without telling us. We appreciate you for being a part of this journey. Of course, Spoon Talk is where you get the news, the analysis, the views, all in one full package. This edition of Spoon Talk promises to be very, very great. An engaging show coming up, very informative. And you don't want to miss this show for anything. We ask you to kindly share the program as you join us. It doesn't matter where you're joining in from. On Facebook, on YouTube, on our different Facebook handles, whether it's Spoon TV, Fabric TV, or Super TV. We ask you to kindly share the show as you join us from there. So thank you for coming on tonight. As we always do, we dedicate the first segment of Spoon Talk to you, the people. So you get to talk, you get to express your views, talk about the different issues that are of concern to you, whether health, education, politics, just anything that is of concern to you. We provide the opportunity for all of our folks out there, whether you're listening or you're watching the show, to always call in and say what's on your mind. In our simple Liberian way, we say, what do you want to talk about? What on an issue that really on your heart that you want to talk about? All right, so we're going to be doing that tonight. And then once the CEO and the rest of the team come on, I'm going to hand controls over to them. In the meantime, I want to welcome you. Thanks for joining us tonight on this edition of Spoon Talk. Right here on Spoon 107.5 FM and across our different social media handles online. I want to welcome many of you joining us tonight. I see Daniel Tante has joined in. He says from Tinkers Village. That's where he's watching from. Philip Bala. Yeah, Philip Bala, that's the right way to say it. Toya own. You told your own, I told my own. You know, the other person told their own. Mohammed Kuroma, thank you for joining us tonight. I want to welcome everyone coming on tonight, and we ask you to please just keep sharing the show as you join us tonight on this edition of Spoon Talk. So the number to call 0555-101075 is the number to call tonight, and you'll be live on the show. 0555-101075 is the number to call tonight, and you will be live on the show. And Mr. Winfred Russell is coming on. And I understand he's going to be, we're going to have a brief conversation with the rest of the team while we get set to officially start the show. And so, yes, I want to say thank you for joining us tonight. Thanks to all of you for coming on. Let me take just 3 calls. Just 3 persons will make it through the lines tonight. Then I bring Mr. Russell and the team on here tonight. Let's take our first caller, 0555-101075. Hello, your name and where you call from? Okay, we lost that person. 0555-101075 is the number to call. And you'll be live. Hello, let's hear you.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, your name and where you call from? Let's hear you.
Good evening to Spoon FM family, and good evening to my peace, loving people of the Republic of Liberia, and good evening to you, dear fellow Nexi Collect Institute in Liberia.
All
The
right.
name remains constant and punctual AF once again. A beautiful morning, evening to my fellow Liberians already learned. Or actually, what I on my mind have to deal with the brilliant speeches or interview that were made today by Julius at OKFM with the incoming president of the Republic of Liberia, to be precise to the Liberian people, Mr. Christiana Bennett Cummings. No, we had a little. But what we are talking for is choices to make. We don't know how to elect leadership. We elect people based on experiences, 80 plus experiences, 42-year experiences. We vote on people on aluminum popularity. Aluminum popularity or experience cannot tell you anywhere.
Thank you.
Zero. Who had a track record? Who can do?
Thank you for your input tonight, Alfonso S. Camara. We appreciate you. We take another person here, 0555-101075. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Hello, this is Tobias Che at Smaro Community.
Tobias Che, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Yeah, my concern has to do with the contradiction the police provide on the road with the boss and the taxi driver. Anytime the taxi driver wants to park at the bus parking along the street, you hear the police telling the people there's a taxi parking, there's a bus parking. They don't want the people to park there. And the people have to park to drop their passenger on the way. But there's a bus parking or taxi parking, there's a bus parking. So where do they provide or the taxi driver to park and drop their passenger on the way?
All right, thank you. Great concern. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Let's hear you.
Hello, Nelson.
Yeah, go ahead, sir. You're live. What's your name?
Yes, Nelson. This is George Moore from GSO. In GSO, this case, in Mosa County. Thank you so much. I want to appreciate you and all this. I want to appreciate everybody. Nelson, thank you so much. On Monday afternoon, I just want to tell all the Liberians, please, the government. I know that some people not vote for the president, but please. Out there with the government doing well. They want it for everybody. We don't want nobody to produce our man up on the federal government doing well. Y'all get the government sit here. President Bola doing well. You should not man. I can't grade and not get nothing. I also show only this it. They want to put more on this government. And sure I put more graduate. Because I can't show nothing in that district. Then a President Bola, he want to put more on President Bola government. Okay, you say your party around getting money to use them to go for 2 hours. But not person, but in part to do good thing and then you want for youth in the country. Look at how the jobs they need looking in this country. It's slow down. So please, all my Liberians, those are listening to me, the government doing well. Nobody
Thank you.
Listen to Akash doing the mobile model them because I want to make on them. Take it. God bless you.
Thank you very much for your input tonight. Let's take this person. Hello. Quickly, let's hear you quickly. What's your name and where are you joining us from? Can you hear me? Okay. So we will have to make a quick adjustment now. And then let's see if we can make a quick adjustment now. Okay, so let's see if we can make a quick adjustment now, and then we'll be able to come back. Okay, I think that issue has been sorted out. All right, so I think we're going to bring Mr. Russell on now. I see he's going to be coming on with the team. Mr. Russell will come on to talk about the Democratic Party caucus on the 3rd of February, and there's going to be a conversation around that for the next 15 minutes, and we will then take on from there. I want to see if I can get your flyer up, Mr. Russell. But welcome to the show. It's good to have you on early, very, very early today.
Thank you, and it's great being here. I'm expecting a few of my team members to join in the conversation too as well. I mean, it's a very unique process, and our people need to understand, how the process works. So for many of us who are new to voting in American elections, it gets pretty complicated for us. So every election cycle, we like to come forward and try to educate our folks about how the process works, what it entails, and all of that. So a few of my team members who are on the ground, who are on the front lines, are doing a lot of work. Hopefully they can join us too as well.
Yeah, definitely. But Mr. Russell, you want to just take on from there, drill us through what this event is about, the DFL 2026 caucus, what's expected to be happening there. Like you mentioned, there are always first-time voters. There are always people who will need these kinds of information with respect to how to proceed, especially during the electoral process.
Yeah. So okay, for the elections in the U.S., right? There are three different steps, or there were three different steps. So the first step in Minnesota, at least, every state in the United States may be different, but in Minnesota, the way it works is that, and that's for different parties. So the Democratic Party. So what is happening tomorrow is the Democratic Party caucus. So the caucus is a process where regular citizens and voters come together to determine the manifesto, for example, of the party, And the way that process starts is that you all have to show up and register to become delegates, okay, in a party convention. So the first process is the caucus. So the caucus is people come together. Nelson is there, Diamond is there, Lorena, and everybody comes together. Everybody come together, and then they decide to become delegate, for example.
Okay.
So once you sign up to become a delegate, so the delegates are the only people who will vote during the convention process, during the Democratic Party convention process. So say, for example, you have Unity Party or CDC, any one of the parties. If they were to do this process, then we will say, okay, we will have, and it takes place, all over. It's not just in, so it will be in Nima County, it will be in Grand County, it will be all over the place.
Does it happen simultaneously, like,
yes,
at the time everywhere across?
Yes, everywhere. And then, so then citizens will come together in different districts for, say, Unity Party in different districts and decide to register to become delegates at the convention. Okay. So for district, so let's pick a district in Montserrat County. What is
say District 10, for example?
Okay, so Senate district. So Dylan is the senator. Is the Senate? What's his Senate district? What is it? What's the number of it? Do you know?
I don't really know what that Senate district will be compared to here, but it's just the county in general. Like for example, you have Montserrat County, 2 senators from the county, and yeah. So, but there's not a particular district. Say, for example, like you have for the representative District 1, District 2, and all of that. It's just open. It's broad.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the national level. So here, the national level is the same thing. Is across the entire country, but the entire state? It's across the entire state. So we have a unitary system in Liberia. Yes, a federal system. So it's slightly different, but there are some similarities. Right.
Okay.
So for this area, we are in the state of Minnesota, right? So for this area, we have Senate District 38. So each Senate district has 2 representatives. Okay. So Senate District 38, the 2 representatives that that's District 38B and District 38A. So
Okay.
38A is for one representative. So I'm running for one of those representative seats. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's how it is. So we go there, and then you go to the caucus. So we talk about the caucus. So you show up to the caucus, you sign up. Nelson signs up to be a delegate. And then so Nelson signs up to be a delegate at the caucus. That's tomorrow. So when you sign up, and then the convention to be the delegate at the convention, right? So the convention then takes place in March. March 7 is the convention. So only those who sign up at the caucus will vote during the convention. And what is the purpose of the convention? The convention is there to do a lot of other things to decide on the platform of the party and all that sort of stuff. But it also will give the endorsement. So if they say, for example, the Unity Party endorses you, they will have many candidates there. And the Unity Party decides that, and the convention is held, say, for example, in Mount Barkley, for Montserrat County, that particular area. And if Nelson is running, Francis is running, Winfred is running, right? And we all go there, and Nelson then gets more people who are delegates, and they all vote for Nelson to get the endorsement. So then the Unity Party then will endorse Nelson. It doesn't mean that Francis cannot participate in the election or Winfred cannot participate in the election. The only difference would be that all of us will take part in the election, but Nelson then has the endorsement of, if, for example, if it was Unity Party or whatever party, Nelson then officially has the endorsement of the Unity Party. Why is that important? That is important because once you get the endorsement, with that endorsement comes party support. So the party would then endorse only you and not Francis or me.
Another person too. Okay.
Exactly. And so with that endorsement, you get volunteers from the party, you get money from the parties, you get a lot of folks. So usually the people or the candidates who are endorsed by the party, those candidates go on 85% of the time to win in November. Okay, to win the primary in August, and then eventually they will go to November
to the election.
To the election to be. So that's part of that. That's what we're doing. So we need a lot of people to show up tomorrow to participate, to sign up to be delegates during the endorsement convention in March, and then after the endorsement convention, and then we go on to the primary in August. After the primary in August, depending on how well we do, and then we go to the general election in November. So that's part of what I said. These are 4 different steps. So the caucus is step 1, the convention is step 2, the primary is step 3, and then the general election is the final step.
Well, thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Russell. Let me welcome Ms. Taylor on the show. Thanks for joining us. It's good to have you on. I think you're muted.
Okay, thank you, Nelson. Thanks for having me.
All right. So I want to know who's qualified. Maybe someone watching the show now, maybe asking, since in fact we were talking about the caucus is happening tomorrow. Who are those that can maybe work at the caucus tomorrow and maybe registered to be a delegate comes March? Who are those? What qualifiers want to go tomorrow to register? And then maybe secondly would be, what are the locations, or where exactly is the caucus going to be, the entire activity is going to be happening?
Good question. Thanks for asking, brother. Well, any resident of the district, any resident, so it doesn't matter if you have a green card or citizen or just an ID card, any resident can vote during the caucus and can register during the caucus to be a delegate during the convention. So you don't have to have any extra paperwork. You just need to be a resident. So basically, if you have an address and an ID card, you can register to be a delegate. And only
Do you have
those
to be a
people,
citizen,
you do not.
card holder? Or-
No, you don't need to be a citizen. You don't need to be a green card holder. None of that applies. You just need to live in the district to be able to register tomorrow. Of course, we don't want people who, may be at risk, for anything tomorrow to go to the caucus. Of course, we hope, that everybody can participate. But in the same token, we don't want anybody to, put themselves at risk if they feel they are at risk. But yes, anybody, once you have a driver license, an ID card, and live in the district can vote. And the can go there to register tomorrow. It's going to be happening at Park Center High School. That's on Brooklyn Boulevard, Park Center High School, from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. So it's a very short process. You go in and stay online, register, and basically that's it. So it's a very short process, but it's one of the most important process in the 4 steps that we first said, because only those people that go tomorrow to register or fill up a non-attending form can participate in the convention where the 2 candidates will be endorsed.
Wow.
One of the 2 candidates will be endorsed, yes.
Wow. So this happens to be the very first step, and this will determine how many people are going to be delegates come March, and which
Seven.
would be the second stage of this entire process.
Yes.
Mr. Russell, you want to tell our audience and let us know how important is this for especially the Liberian community in that District 38A. I understand there's a huge Liberian population there as well. You want to maybe touch on that aspect? How important is this?
Yeah, like we've been saying over and over, and Francis just alluded to that. This is very important. It's a very important part of the process, because if you don't register tomorrow, you will not be able to vote and contribute to ensuring that the party endorses your preferred candidate. So it's important that you show up tomorrow and register, and you just have to be a resident in the district 38A to register. It's also important for all of us to show up, all Liberians and all voters, all residents in the area to show up. And they're not only going to be supporting just Winfred. They can support any other candidate who is running within that district. There are a number of Liberians who are running too as well. They will benefit from that. So you can come in there and support me and support many other Liberians who are running for different seats. I mean, the beauty, Nelson, is that the Liberians who are running, there are about 4, as far as I know, as of now, there are about 4 or 5 Liberians who are running for different elected offices. And none of us is running against each other. So we all can support each other. So I encourage all of the residents in Brooklyn Park or wherever the caucuses are taking place to participate in the caucus process, but especially within District 38A and Senate District 38 to come forward tomorrow at the Park Center High School from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. to participate. So it will benefit all of us.
Now, talking about the time, I saw the flyer. I saw 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. You want to confirm this time? Is it the time frame for this process?
Yes, and also I wanted to add to what we first said. Yes, the caucus process is from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. That's American time. So Liberians needs to know that Americans are very straight on time. It's going to start exactly 6 p.m. and it's going to end exactly 8 p.m. Even if you come at 8:01, those people will not allow you to participate. So we need to be very mindful about the time and take that into consideration if a person decides to participate in that process tomorrow. They need to be within that time frame. But also, I wanted to say, as we first stated, this COCA process, we encouraging all Liberians to come, and everybody else, not only Liberians, Ghanaians, all nationality, anybody, white, black, anybody that live in that district to come. And they can support any candidate of their choosing. We have, as we said, 4 other candidates that will be participating. But also, I wanted to also say too, we are all supporting other people. Like, for example, I want to make sure they know that we are supporting Susan Pa, who is the Asian lady. So if they so choose to, they can also support us, as well as they can support any other Liberians that they want.
I know you said, Mr. Russell, I know you said that there are other Liberians contesting as well. There are other people, but for the specific seat that you are contesting for, do you have other Liberians contesting for that position as well?
No, never
Okay.
only Liberian. So all of the Liberians are running. They were not, like I said, no Liberian is running against another Liberian. So we all are running in different races.
Okay. So 6 to 8 p.m. tomorrow, no Liberian time business. And if you're going there tomorrow, you got to make sure that you're going in time. And it's important that every single person watching the show or listening now form part of the process, because it will determine as to whether you make it to the next stage to decide, who goes on the ticket at that final stage, and then eventually who gets elected to represent your interest. Mr. Russell, any other thing you want to touch on, or maybe we could go to Ms. Taylor first before coming to you?
Yes, I want to encourage. Oh,
No, go ahead, Princess.
Yeah. I want to encourage all residents of Brooklyn Park to come out tomorrow and participate in this process, because it's very important. Even people who do not live in the district, encourage your relative, your friends, your kids. Kids over 18 years old, they're adults now, they are no longer kids. They can participate in the process. So we need to not relax on this process this year. The last time we kind of missed our opportunity. We are hoping this time around we are learned from our shortcomings during the previous election, and that we will put in more effort this time around to participate and make this thing come to fruition. The thing about the voting process or the participation process, nobody else can do this for you. Like, only you have that power to register and vote. Nobody else can do it. So the power is within you right now. So make use of it. If you live in Brooklyn Park, come out tomorrow and participate, because that's the only way we can move forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Again, we'd like to encourage everyone, if you live in the Brooklyn Park area, please come out at the Park Center High School tomorrow. It's going to be a short event, more or less. But it's really great, Nelson, to see democracy actually, at work, from the grassroots, and see how people participate in shaping the agenda of the party, of the political party. It happens at the grassroots. So all of these folks, their views. So if you want the party to focus on job creation, for example, this is what happened. It doesn't happen at this level. It happened at the grassroots level. And all of the folks will have their input, because there will be some group that will say, you know what, drugs is a problem, crime is a problem. We want the party to focus on this as part of the party's official manifesto. So they will look at, and the higher up will look at all of that, all of the information, the feedback from from the grassroots, and that's what determines the direction the party goes in. But also you have firsthand on who gets the endorsement of your political party. Now, the caucus, the process that is taking place tomorrow is for the Democrats. So if you're a Democrat, you can take part in this process. You can come in and support and register to become a delegate, and bring your neighbor, bring your friends, and you know, let folks be a part of this process. It's a very beautiful process to see democracy in action. And we've been there for a long time, and we think that, I mean, especially now, Nelson, and seeing all of what's going on, I think you all have been following. We're seeing the federal agents here and all of what is going on. This is when we need representation, and we have no one to turn to when we are in need of some resources, or we need representation. So this is the beginning of that process for all of us to be a part of it and ensure that we have representatives that will be there speaking for, advocating for, championing our issues, our interests, and all of that. So we are calling on everyone to step forward and participate. The weather is going to be pretty nice tomorrow, so you can come forward and support and be a part of the caucus process at Park Center High School in Brooklyn Park. As Francis said, it's American time, so come up and support. So
no Liberian time business. You know, no, since they say 6 to 8, I'll wait, and once it's maybe exact 8 p.m., then I rush there somehow, make my way through. You gotta be there in time. And
so you know, So Nelson, that's great. So one of the things is that there are a lot of people who may not, I know, watching across the world, whose bases in Liberia. But what affects us here affects us there. And so many people know of people who live here. They may not live here, but they can call their friends and their relatives and encourage them to participate in the caucus process. So if your relative live in Brooklyn Park, and there are many people in Liberia and across the world, because Brooklyn Park has the largest concentration of Liberians outside of Liberia. So there are many people who have connections here, who know people here. So call your relatives, call your friends, and tell them to participate in the caucus process tomorrow.
So if I'm getting you right, only people who live in that district. So even if you live closer to the district, you live somewhere around, you cannot, you know, go to the caucus tomorrow and register to be a delegate. Mr. Russell?
Oh no! Oh, I thought you were asking Francis. Yes, yeah, that is. So I mean, in some instances, Nelson. So if you say, for example, if the district line, if you are, say, if your district falls like on the northern side of Cinco, say behind Royal Hotel, and the other the district is across the street.
Towards the east side, and maybe you're on the land side.
Yeah, the southern side or the northern side, the land side, the beach side, or whatever. Only the people on the land side
can vote.
Even though you live in Cinco, only the people on the land side would be eligible to participate. So that's how it is. So yes, you can live in Brooklyn Park, but you must live in the district 38. There are other caucuses taking place. So the caucus that we're encouraging people to attend is the one that is in Brooklyn Park, that covers the side of Brooklyn Park that I'm running in.
Okay.
Which is 38A and Senate District 38. But there are caucuses taking place all over the state. And so if Liberians are there, I'm just encouraging them to participate in this aspect of democracy. I think we need to get our voices out there. We need representation, but we need to show up. You know what I'm saying? So, and it's not just about supporting me. It's supporting it's supporting your community. It's supporting all of us, all of the other candidates. If you show up there too, you'll be able to support them. But we need to be present. We need to be active.
Yeah, someone said, Nelson, no trucking. I know, no trucking on that side.
No trucking. No trucking. I mean, you see what trouble, brother. Sure.
So,
no trucking.
Mr. Russell, why we still waiting on the CEO and the rest of the team to come on? Maybe we can interact with a few other folks. Open the phone lines.
Sure.
Okay. So, do you have a number from your end, or you want me to put a number up that?
What people to call me? You mean to people to call me?
Yeah, no, to call.
I mean, you can.
Yeah, their thoughts on maybe what we just talked about, the conversation around the conversation we just.
Yeah, but I don't know how to pipe this, so you can give them your. Don't have a number that you can call?
Let me put a WhatsApp up so that the folks can call using this number only on WhatsApp. Only on WhatsApps. Okay. So if you're listening to the show now or you're watching the show, you want to call in, you want to share your thoughts on the conversation now, you can do that.
Yeah, they have any questions, that's fine. Yeah,
maybe you have a question you want to ask Mr. Russell a question. Okay, so that's the number there, scrolling. You can call in now and share your thoughts. Let's hear maybe if you have a question, you want to make some inquiries and all of that. But I think a lot have been said with respect to the activity tomorrow. And the good thing is that the time is 6 p.m.
Yes, after work.
Yeah. So the weather forecast is already predicting that it's gonna be a good day. The weather is gonna be a good one so far, and so you can make your way there tomorrow. It's gonna be happening in the space of 2 hours. Within 2 hours, you can make your way there and form part of the activity tomorrow. So yes. So let me see if I can take this person here on this line. Hello? All right, so I think we lost that person. So we have the number scrolling there. In case you have a question, you can go right ahead and ask the question. Barbie Zina White is asking, how can one support you? That's the question she's asking. How can one support you? I think she's asking you the question, Mr. Russell.
Oh, okay. Is to show up tomorrow is one way to participate in the caucus process. Another way would be to volunteer on the campaign. We have several roles on the campaign. We're looking for volunteers. And like we said, you can support all of the other, candidates who are running too as well. I mean, that's one way you can help. We can give you the campaign number you can call if you would like to volunteer. We can share that with you, and you can call, and then we can put you to work and help us to get the message out there and all of that.
Yeah. All right. So yes. So you can. So like you mentioned, your team, the campaign team. I know we still at this stage yet, but I also know that you're setting up your team. Are there still available spaces for those wanting to come on board to serve in different capacities, getting the message across?
Yes, I mean there's still a lot of opportunity, and for people who are interested, there are a lot of things that we do here that can carry over to politics and election and all of that in Liberia and other places. So yes, folks can come and learn the process, especially the electoral process here, which is there are some similarities, but there are a lot of differences as we've been talking about. So our folks can, folks can show up here and let us know. I can, can share the campaign number with them, and then they can come in and volunteer. We are looking for volunteers. There are a lot of volunteers that we're looking for.
And also considering tomorrow, the activities for tomorrow, the caucus for tomorrow, any number, I mean, talking about the number of people who go there tomorrow to register, is going to go across, not just for you. So it means that other people who are also contesting for the same position you're contesting for are also encouraging the people to go there as well to register during the caucus tomorrow. Is that the case?
Yeah, people will show up tomorrow and register. Yes.
All right. So if the people now who support you really want the support to go to the next stage, then they have to turn up there tomorrow to register. Because if maybe your opponent is successful in convincing more people to go tomorrow to register, it puts you at a disadvantage.
Exactly.
If most of the people who are watching the show across the different states, or maybe within that very district, is if they turn up tomorrow in their number and registered, they put you at an advantage, because you might just have some good numbers in there for you.
Yes, that's it's a numbers game, brother. And again, like I've said, and we keep saying, and I know that there's some folks in the that just sent a message, like Abraham Nebo. I just replied to your message. I think Abraham Nebo Senior. I just replied to the message that you put in the group in the thread. So if you go to your DM, you will see the message I sent there. This process benefits all of us. Nobody is running against another Liberian who is out there trying to represent our community. This is not just about me. This is about all of us. So you can come and support your candidate of choice, and at the same time, support me and support others. So it doesn't hurt any of us. But what is going to hurt us is that if you don't show up to participate in the caucus process, that's all. But there were Liberians who are running for city council, there are Liberians who are running for the Senate, there are Liberians who are running for different positions. And you can come there and support all three of us. And there was another Liberian who was running for the Senate in another part of the metro outside of Brooklyn Park. You can support that candidate too as well. So it doesn't hurt, and we are not running against each other. So we all are supporting each other.
Yeah, definitely. So the most important thing at this point is for you to go in tomorrow, turn up tomorrow, and register to be a delegate on the 7th of March, and that will be stage 2 of the entire activity. Yeah, and this is where we are. So I think the message has gone across. I've not received a call from here so far. So, but in case you want to call in, call on WhatsApp, call via WhatsApp. 231-776-918-639. That number is only available on WhatsApp, or 0555-101075. If you want to call the direct Liberian line, you can call there as well. In case you have a question, you can go right ahead and ask those questions, and your questions will be answered, as we have Mr. Russell already here sitting and waiting to address some of your concerns. Let me see if I can take this person here. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Okay, so let me take this person from this end.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, good evening once again, bro. Next day, the name me at Council EF Kamara. I want to Mr. Russell that are in prayer for all those Liberians that are vying for the various positions in the House of Senate in America or the House of Representatives. We need congressmen as a Liberians. They will be able to make a sound politics, because if the decision is made up there, it comes to all as senators. And then I pray God, all of you are contesting as a contestant in that election in America to represent Liberia and the Liberian community.
All right.
All will be successful, and you are successors in the election tomorrow. So thank you.
Thank you. So tomorrow is the caucus, and people will be registering to be. So, Mr. Russell, someone is asking location. He's asking for the location again.
Yeah, it's Park.
Joining
Yeah,
us.
like we said, it's Park Center High School in Brooklyn Park.
Okay. Yeah. So that's the location. I think I should put the flyer up at some point, so some of the folks can see exactly what it is. I'm having some issues getting this up, but I'll get it up subsequently. Yeah. So let's go back to this line. Talk to this person. Hello. Okay, so we lost that person. Yeah. So Mr. Russell, I think we can wrap it up. I see. Okay, but we're still awaiting the team. The CEO and the rest of the team, they're yet to come on. So once they start to come, we will definitely transition to hear from to get them to come and take over from here. But yeah, so maybe you just want to recap for those just joining us, because as we go along the show, there are new people who keep joining in, and yeah.
Okay, yeah, so thank you, Nelson. So I'll just close by encouraging everyone to show up tomorrow at Park Center High School in Brooklyn Park to register to be a delegate at the Democratic Party caucus from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Tomorrow. So tell your friends, tell your neighbors to come out and support all of the candidates of Liberian descent who are running. So I'd like to say thanks to you, Nelson, and to all of my friends and the listeners and viewers for hearing us. And I hope that you can call folks. And if you live in this area, please show up to participate. I will be joining you all later on, hopefully. But for now, I'd like to say thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Mr. Russell, and we wish you and the team all of the best, and we're looking forward to seeing more Liberians, more residents in that area showing up and registering tomorrow to be delegates come November. That's March 7th. But again, thank you, sir. We appreciate you, and I know you'll come back. But we are going to. Okay, so I see the CEO has joined in.
You guys were gossiping. You guys were gossiping.
My man, you late to the party.
What happened? I missed something.
Yeah. We have a caucus tomorrow, so that's the deal. That's
your caucus is scheduled for the board and the third. Listen, man, we wish you guys luck, man. You're doing a lot of recruiting, and you guys have a meeting today, right?
Yes. But I hopefully be coming back on for an hour or so to join you off. But for now, I will step aside for a little bit and then join you later.
Thank you very much, Brother Russell. Thank you. Yes, sir. Nelson, you ran over from me, Nelson, all weekend. I didn't hear from you. I heard that is that your girlfriend, your wife? She's supposed to be giving Bonnie the baby, right? Giving birth again, right? That child number 3?
No, CEO, the person that get that information, that wrong information.
It's not wrong now. Come on, you're my in-law. Don't have it. Oh, that secret thing. Sorry. No, if I not say sorry, I didn't. You know, no, nothing.
The information is
nothing. Okay. Population growth that everybody problem. You don't be sad where you want to see. You know that sunset, that population growth. I mean, what I see you too clearly. Your internet is fussing. I don't think that's the camera.
It's not the internet. I think it's the camera. Yeah,
it's better now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, Nelson, if you don't want me to say, I respect you. I mean, you got 2 kids, right?
No, but see, you
got 2 kids, right? You laughing again?
Yeah,
I bring people show. I can't talk yama. You got 2 children, right?
Yeah, I got 2 boys. See,
so the one that you looking for girl? Are the girl coming out? Did they say a girl?
No, I'm not looking for girl.
Is that the same man or a different man?
See, I decline.
No, you will not decline. You will not decline. No, you will not decline. You're very terrible in our country. You're just burning. You know, for real. You know, and I call you, and they say you and a woman went to the hospital, but I don't know what happened. You know, no, seriously, I call you. I mean, it's okay, Nelson. I mean, you're a young man. It's okay. I respect you, though. You're a very, very good man, but I don't know why you're burning by 3 different guys, you know?
No, see you. The only information about hospital that circulated over the weekend was the lady who was crying in the hospital, no doctor.
We got a video, we play that video, yes. And you got a video uploaded. I'm talking about that lady. That lady was very sorry for. You gonna play
it was a very powerful situation. See you. Imagine.
No, we're not changed. We're not there yet. That's it. We're not there yet. Let's talk about. That's it. The reason why May Spunto is right. You gotta tell the Liberian people the truth. That's it. Is that bad? You get baby number 3 coming. That bad thing. I mean, you're a good father. You're a good father. We respect you.
No. What?
So you disown the people dollar?
No, but see that other information. That source needs to be investigated because
they get investigated on our sources there. So that means I tell you my source, right? I believe you. I believe you. That's okay, my man. Listen, like I always say, right? Before I left Liberia, I had 2 kids. I don't know how I get in, but I get in. You know? I don't know how I get in the beginning. It was Ray. So, I don't tell you I laugh. That's the same thing begin. But I grew up now, they're all BB, the beginning in Europe, down in Liberia. It's all good, it's all fun. But, you get your number 3 number, you're a good man. You can tell your paycheck home, you can tell your rest, you can tell your paycheck, your back of rest, you buy paper. They are in good schools, they're learning well, God bless you. I'm happy for you. I mean, like you, some of them had the opportunity you guys have, right? We used to hustle from the computer school and go do 1 or 2 hustle there. And West Africa Institute of Computer Technology, right there on Kerry Street, right where the marks is, where Muhammad the Lebanese guy. And that was a good thing. We learned. That God bless us and we got relocated, and the rest of it, like history. So you know how much they gave me at the time?
No.
You know how much they gave me?
No.
1,100 Liberty at the time.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I thought I was playing to see you. 1,000.
If you compare it to the rate was around 70 to 80 between there. So compare now. Okay. And it was what I mean. You go get your loan with one room in the Zera house, 1 room right in the corner. You put your battery on the floor, your window outside, and you get a small table, your chair. And, that's all you need. That's all you need. Forget LDC. Nobody used to worry about LDC business. No. LDC ain't kind of business that one time, right?
Was it the time that the Jaco Lanta or that Lanta had the glasses? They got it.
The only thing is that I never had anybody. I alone. I go to my, you go to the old man and play 24. You eat time to go sleep. You just go sleep. Your friend kind of sleep. You get a mattress on the floor, and you put the cash behind the door. Nobody looking at you. Your friend enter your room, take your share and wear your share, go up Broad Street, go block, come back, take the share, or you wash it, you dry it, you wear it too, you go Broad Street, go come back. No, not this part. The shoe for your friend wear the shoe, you wear the same shoe too, nothing sport. But that's, that was the beauty of Liberia, everything was there. And you are the man. You are the man at that time. You get your own room, I'll pay you out. You get your own room, I'll pay you for it. How much you are paying for the room so much? You people. Yeah, how much you paying for the room so much? Maybe you pay the 150, 250 liberty, Wow. Oh yeah. You get your own room, you go do small money, changing, you that many people you can't buy, you hustle again. And but you guys are lucky. You guys are blessed. And you guys are blessed. That's what people look at, You guys are blessed. I don't know about you, but many of you get your house. We need to be looking for one small room in the Oman, the last room. You always want the last room. If you go in the back with the last room on the right hand side, because now you can't you go up. Nobody see nothing.
But why always the last room?
Because you can go up Jade for the back. Jade, you just pass it from the back. You don't know how to see anything. And how it is, how it is. And let people listen. The wartime, though it was wartime, but the country was okay. The country was okay. Now I don't know. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you remember your own time story, one day we'll hear from you. Bobby Zina will say why people coming from the back. Because from the back, you can import and export.
You're not understand, but you understand.
But you import and you export. You understand how when I have business. Nobody see why all the Omani to the front playing Ludu and plaiting hair right to the front. You just come from the back. No door sound. Sometimes you open the door, you hear wee, so all that sound way in the back, the last room. That way you guys get it, everybody know how it is. Nothing for.
When the door made that sound, and you ask, who's that? Who behind that? So,
no. They know that you, but nobody's saying nothing. You're not saying anything. Because you can't come from the front. You come from the front, you are dead. You come from the front, maybe there's somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody. Get from the back. And they get your little food and everything, it come from the back. That it is. So that last room on the right hand side are the best room. If you don't get it, like Philip Bar saying you don't get it. Yeah. But always go for the last room. The last room. Yeah. You can never ever go for the middle here and then you go for the last room. But very while they say, oh my God. We are talking about growing up. So Nelson having his 10th baby coming on, that's good. I hear that Diamond 2 doing population growth, Diamond is coming up. Bobby Zina, leave me alone. If you don't know the reason why the young boy in Liberia can take the last room in the house, the one from the back, not from the front, that are business. I thought Richardson, why they can take the last room in the back. You buy it from Brooklyn, you know what we're talking about, so leave you alone.
So true. So true.
Richardson came in the conversation at the wrong time.
I am telling you, I should have just went back, right?
Yeah, man. Love in Liberia that Richardson, right? People got to relax. It's not the Richardson. It's not everything. It's not that bad, right? We just want a better, peaceful, enjoyable Liberia. Even if you eat in your dry rest, eat it in peace. You know what I mean? So Richardson, during our time, and we got a few more seconds. Let's talk about it. We play check-up whole day. Check-up. People playing Ludo. You enjoying life. Whether LDC or no LDC or that your business, we care. But now, no, where we get and to tell you the truth, Nelson, the hospital there, Medicine Sans Frontier, look at the pharmacy up on American Street coming down. What that pharmacy name? It was one of the best pharmacy. When you cross over before you get to Broad Street on your right hand side, that's the Lemonade Man pharmacy, man.
Is it Lockheed?
Not Lucky Pharmacy, he had a clinic there. Not Lucky. Lucky was there, the pharmacy was there, but he had a clinic that Richardson. You know what I'm talking about? That was he had his clinic there. You know. And to tell you the truth, it was one of the best. Redemption Hospital was doing good. Doing what? Redemption Hospital was really doing good.
You
go to Redemption Hospital, you know, we were right across Redemption Hospital. Imagine. We used to see all the teenagers going to Redemption Hospital coming by. They get your porridge, you get your kokodioko, you get your corned beef, you get everything. It was good. Things were beautiful, man. And you talk about JFK? You must have some serious issues before you go JFK. Because all the community clinics and hospital was booming. But now look at it, the woman crying. That's in front of that video. The woman crying, her child dying, no doctor in the hospital. What's going on? That's in front of the video. Can you imagine? We want to welcome all of you. Just talk about our life. How did we get here? What's going on? Can we fix it? Can Joseph Boaga fix it? Is that a miracle coming from somewhere? Is that a miracle going to rain down like the miracle of the manna coming from heaven? Well, what's going on? Lafayette Gould, what's going on? Councilor Gould, what's going on? Aguilar Stamaj? And this is what we yet to discuss every single day because we miss the old time religion. We miss the old good days. When the children were children, when young men, you go up Broad Street to go hustle, you come out something in your pocket. I dare you today, you go hustle nothing. Oh yeah, that Richardson. You go hustle? I beg you, yeah. You got something going on for you, that Richardson. But you go hustle today where? Malak Clinic. Thank you, Frankie, to Malak Clinic right there. Malak Clinic was a clinic. You go Malak Clinic, you come out, they give you one injection, you well. That Richardson, Malak Clinic. You go Malak Clinic, anything that happened to you, you go there. You come out, during those days, they give you one injection, you super. Well, typhoid, malaria 3, malaria 4, go to Malak Clinic. You come out, you super, you well, you bouncing back. But I guarantee you, right now, you go to any clinic, you get typhoid, you're on your own. You drink water a whole day, like basically. I mean, that's the fact, folks.
It's like someone have nostalgia today. Denton, I like the fact that you are talking about old days, normal days.
I don't know about your normal days, brother.
Most Liberians didn't experience normal days. They only experience the Civil War and post-war eras in Liberia.
But the Civil War I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're talking about normal days before the Civil War.
I'm talking about the Civil War, not normal days.
You doing the Civil War, you mean?
So I don't know how. I don't speak Kisi, Tamba. But I will take my time to repeat myself. I am talking about the Civil War.
Right. I think we're going to put a show in Kisi so I can understand better.
Oh, okay, we will. Somebody get a video when you're telling the men to work like a cat and dog for them to eat.
Instead of still trying to put me out there.
No, I'm not. I mean, that Richardson, is it a bad thing? The man telling the person that you're working, but I can't eat, you better eat because you got to work how. That's the bad thing again.
Stand on. Stand on.
If I got to work hard.
Show a video, I'll send you a 1 minute or 2 minute video. Show that, please.
Tama.
Yes, sir.
One thing you should learn, right? If you send me video, it's safe already in my phone. You go back to delete it without work.
So I'll make a mistake.
All the video the man sent me a man deleted it, but he lied.
No, because I don't have memory.
Oh, business. You tell me when you get married.
My phone is so congested.
I'm about to show you now. I beg you. You say you ain't got memory. That thing will believe. The man sent the video, you go delete it. I knew I already saved it. Somebody, you know why I saved the video? Because I knew you were going to delete them.
Oh yeah, you're reading my mind. You're reading my mind.
I've been doing this thing for too long. I knew you.
No, it's honestly though. I don't have memory on my phone. To be honest, I don't have memory on my phone.
I agree, but I don't believe your honesty. I'm sorry, I just don't believe it. So,
Dr. Richardson, you see it?
Victoria Kweke. Hey, my sister Vicky. The only thing we ask in Victoria, if anybody know the reason why, or young man going to rent a room, that originally you know they full at home there, right? Room so. But the man is only interested in the last room in the back of the house, the essay room. Tell me, what you think?
Oh, the room? Oh, yeah. In my family home in West Point, our room was the last room, all the way in the corner. You know how the old people used to build, right? They would build these houses, and we have 6 rooms in the house. But the last room, that was a boys' room, because we didn't want the papi or the old man to see anything that's going on there.
So tell me I get it right, and that's the reason why. Sometimes people ask us, why you're saying that, and that's the reason why we're saying it. Because the beauty here is that you always want to take the last room for some special issues. You know, I want to say to all of you, welcome to another edition of Spoon Talk. Hey, are you hearing us good? Tell me, send me that video again, please. Are you hearing us, Councilor Good? Welcome to the show.
I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Councilor, thank you very much. You look very blazing today. I don't know where you're from. You look like a real councilor today. You don't look like the fake one. Hey, you know, you look like a real councilor today. You look very, very blazing. I envy you. I envy you, councilor.
Thank you.
You look more sophisticated. You look more professional. You look more educated, especially with the glasses. You look like you know book.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Dr. Richardson, for echoing as well. Thank you.
Yes, you do. You look very nice.
No, are you from a program, though? Are you from a program?
No, I'm working. I just keep on working.
Okay.
Fubi,
long time, man. Ladies and gentlemen, Fubi have stage 5 malaria. He been battling serious malaria.
I don't have malaria.
Was it Tafa?
I don't have Tafa either.
No. Fubi, I get a text. Fubi, I'll put a message. I get a text message you send me.
Put it up.
Fubi, you say you got stage 5 malaria. What happened?
I had cold. I don't have malaria. I flew.
Cold gas stations? You own a cold gas station, fast cold? That is it?
I flew.
Oh, okay.
No malaria.
You got COVID.
I got malaria.
That COVID.
When I was small, I was talking about wearing glasses. I was everywhere. None about eyesight.
Well, I said, welcome to the show, Fubi. Thank God that you have recovered, man. I don't think Burkina Faso is bad for you. Just leave the Burkina Faso chicken. You know, if you continue eating the Burkina Faso chicken, you're getting some serious issue. Yeah? I'm advising you, leave every living creature in Burkina Faso.
So we're gonna chicken the mass in Burkina Faso.
Oh, man. Let them import a Liberian chicken. That would be fun.
I eat chicken, I eat meat.
Welcome to the show. CMC Jacob Jala, the man of behind Musa Benete. Musa Benete, I'm hearing today, he's the John the Baptist in the Liberian politics now. Musa Benete is preparing the way of the law. And whose that law is, I don't know. I'm hearing this thing today. I'm kind of surprised. I'm shocked. They said Musa Benete, hell, here come the Messiah, prepare ye the way of the law. And who's that law? But Musa Benete right now, I think he's the only voice of the opposition that reminding Liberian people home and abroad, there's another chance, there's another way. I think we will discuss it today. You can joke tired, but something they've been doing, they're having a serious impact, and I hope Liberia take paying attention. So it's good to have you, Jacob Jala. Thank you for joining us, my friend.
Thank you, Stanton. This is a pleasure to always join you and to join the show, of course. I look forward to having a dialogue and a discussion around Musa Hassan Bility and the great work of the CMC and the great ideals we represent as a party and the fresh idea we're offering the Liberian people after 20 years of two-party domination here. So yes, thank you very much. I look forward to the dialogue.
As you can see, we have Dr. Richardson, CMC Global Chair. We have Jacob Jala, CMC. We have Uncle Sam Jackson, CMC. And on my right-hand side, we have Councillor Gu, who is an independent now because he resigned from ALP. We have Fubi Heron, also an independent. He resigned from ANC. Thomas Agala, we just consider him as an independent. I don't know which party he belongs to. And you know, I'm here for the Liberian people. The only soul stand on with this one. They always advocate for the Liberian people. Nelson Colette, thank you. We wish your girlfriend or your wife to be well as she go through 9 months of your massive destruction you are posed upon her.
See, that's so they give you the right information.
You thought that, but we say, Ben Checo, to give a pass away. The Ben Checo, ask Uncle Sam how many children Uncle Sam get, he will tell you, then you will know. That main thing, that Liberian thing. You ask Lafayette Good now, you can find somebody children and you still looking for them. Only the one he get and the one he can talk about. But we want to say to all of you, Uncle Samuel P. Jackson. Uncle Sam, they tell you doing the United Party bow. You can lead the people sport, Uncle Sam. How about you bow?
Yeah, man. I'm not going after them. I just express my opinion, right? And the thing is, like, I express my opinion in the hope of trying to, like, for them to put corrective measures in and for us to go together as a country. I mean, I don't have any venom or vile against me. I mean, I live here in Liberia. We are coexist. You know, all of them are my friends. But it's just that I'm very frustrated as they continue to do the same thing over and over and over again, right? And then when you express an opinion, they look at you like you're trying to destroy them. You're trying to extract power out of their hands, you know, and they just come after you with such venom, you know. And I mean, you can't run a democracy that way. You have to have the environment where people can express their opinion. You can disagree with them. You can exchange ideas. But what they want you to do is to be like a sycophant surrogate, you know. Every little small thing, if it's a little road, if it's a little bridge, if it's a little school program, if it's a little lighting program, but all of these things don't do anything for the overall development of the country. What the country really needs is something major, something big. I'm sleeping in darkness most of the night. Look, I'm sweating all the time. It's because in their 12 plus 14 years in power, minimally only 30% of the Liberian people have access to electricity. And then during the dry season, 2/3 of the capacity of Mount Coffee evaporates.
Let's do that. Uncle Sam, we come down. Let me welcome the other people. And indeed, I want to give you guys
a chance. I'm expressing my frustration on a regular basis.
No, I agree, and I will give everyone a chance to bring out that one.
There's echo coming in when people are talking.
Yeah, I will mute myself. Yeah, again, I will give everybody the chance to bring in that one present topic that they would like to discuss on tonight. But let's just do the intro. Dr. Richardson, official, let me welcome you. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, I want to just say hello to all the panelists and to the audience, those who are listening and by way of social media and by way of radio. I want to welcome you to Spoon and thank you for joining us. I had a gorgeous weekend. I'm going to be grandmother for the second time. I just want to tell everyone how proud I am and how happy I am. But more importantly, for the reason that we're here, I want you to know that our political leader of the CMC, Musa Hassan Bello, visited Grand Jide this past weekend. And it was just, he got a warm welcome, a rousing welcome by the people of Grand Jide. And someone might say, you know, why did he go there? The issue here is we don't want to rely on transitional notes. That is, you know, that happened during the last government. Our political leader and others in the political party are going to kind of feel the people themselves. They're going to want to feel the needs of the people. They want to take a look at the environment because they know very well that Monrovia is not Liberia. And so this is what Mr. Billy is doing. He's visiting different areas. He's trying to look at the needs of our country. He wants to focus on, as he is doing, focusing on developing our country. And so yes, okay, I'm done. Okay, I'm done. I'm getting it.
Yeah, I'm
getting a hint from the moderator to be done. So I'm done. Okay.
Yeah, because we're gonna get to the topic. We just want to just get everybody in as we get seated, and then we'll talk about those different topics. We got a lot to discuss. So, ladies and gentlemen out there, thank you for joining Spoon. Welcome. Share the show. You're always welcome. We appreciate you. We say thank you. On Voice of Liberia, on Spoon FM, Super FM, Fabric FM, on all of our relays, on Facebook, on YouTube. Just share the show. Can you just go on your smartphone right now and just share it on your page? Everybody have a cell phone. Can you just share it? We're going to be talking about what's going on with the demolition at SETA. We'll talk about it, actually. A lot of people are crying. One of our conversations today. Let's talk about who gave Prince to the $3.5 million Liberian dollars, almost 20-something thousand Liberty. Who gave it to him? Let's talk about the All Black. You read the front page, Africa to the All Blacks came up. Let's talk about it. Another 7 All Black coming on the market. Are we making money, or is this just a free gift? Again, let's talk about the Cloud Hope Foundation. Cloud Hope Foundation, actually, Madam Sally visited that place today. Wow, seriously? Let's talk about Cloud Hope Foundation. The importance of that foundation in the young girls and young boys' life today. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about why the president's plane got delayed for over 30 minutes flying around in the air. What's going on when he came from Ghana? What's happening with the airport? That pash, equipment failure. I mean, are we waiting for some serious tragedy? Then we say, oh yeah, if we are new. No, let's talk about this issue. Let's talk about the government, the Minister of Youth and Sport, the video circulating around. When people come and tell you, say, yes, that's the new minister coming of Youth and Sport. We're not going to leave that story. Let's talk about the situation. Like, yeah, I said on the front page, new set of flippers. People just coming to flip the All Black. And thank God Uncle Sam is here. He will elaborate for them. We got a lot to talk about today. Uncle Sam, we talk about LDC, but we got their own video. They don't say LDC is one of the best in the country since his mom born him. Let's talk about that. Is Delon right? Is he wrong? We'll talk about that. We're going to talk about the LDC situation. Like I said, the U.S. exchange rate is going up like crazy, my people. You in Liberia, you got to tell us what's going on. Again, we will discuss everything plus more. Transport Ministry unveiled a new form of license plate and challenging the Liberia National Police that you can only do business with the Transport Ministry. You cannot go to LTMI. I thought the lawmakers were on this thing. They said, oh, we'll address it. I thought President Barker put a hot summer somehow. What's going on? LTMI? Let's talk about Envaho. Envaho CEO resigned. The president resigned. HPX, they resigned. For what? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Quickly, we're going to bring in Lafia Gu, Chief Fubi Henry, Tamba Agelas, Kev Hassan. Y'all please go ahead and introduce yourself in less than 30 seconds. We got a lot to discuss, a lot to jump in. Welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's always good to see you. May God bless you. Bless our discussion tonight and help us have an impact, political impact in your life. Brother Gu.
Yeah, so thank you. And let me welcome my colleagues. So I will step, aside a little bit from all of the topics, but I want to speak to something tonight that I've been sitting and thinking about it, and I think there's a need that some action be taken by the legislature, and that's the issue of the criminal conveyance of land. Like people often say that the next conflict that will come that may.
Why are you introducing yourself? Because we got to run to the other garden.
Oh, but I'm not Lafia Gu.
We just officially got to welcome you to the show. We just can't let you come and we start talking, right? Maybe you change your last name, just that.
Okay.
No, man, wait,
nice to be here.
Fubi, official thing to do for me.
Fubi, I know what I'm going to do. Official. Okay.
No, we just saw you. We just saw you with representing team.
Okay, anyway, for those following us via this meeting and other media, other platforms. We want to say we welcome all of you. Follow us. Thank you for following. Councilor Gu, as always. And I hope that we can have a wonderful, discussion tonight. Thank you.
Councilor Jubu, journal from which business, which ministry, which party? Can you be proud to tell us your business?
No.
Your law firm? No.
I am a private lawyer, and I choose to remain like that for now. I'm not connected to any government institution. No.
Okay, so you Jawel Adi.
Whatever you want to say.
Okay. No, I just say you Jawel Adi. Anyway, job you take it. Anybody that get case where you take it. Okay. So
well, we assess cases. Even doctors, assess cases. And
I'm trying to promote you. Do you have an office?
No, I don't need a promotion. I don't need a promotion. Your promotion guy always got something behind it. I don't want a promotion. Take a promotion.
Refuse to
take a welcome promotion. I beg you. Take it back. I want a promotion.
So Megan, you tell the law firm he identify himself with. No problem. That secret part, that secret thing. Put me welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. We look forward to a good show today. I think I want to just quickly extend happy birthday treat to my cousin Sharon Stubblefield. Councilor Gu, I think we saw you with David Coty, so good for the CEO to ask about those kind of question because anything can happen.
I actually want to drop a friend of mine.
They might know where I'm going. That's why he's scared to talk.
I saw Oropoti sitting his yard, so I stopped, to have a little chat with him. It was not anything.
The man why go. Let me bring our brother Thomas. I got stand.
Yes, CEO. Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure to be on the show. And good evening to everyone on the panel and to our listeners in Radio Land. Look, it's always a pleasure. I'm currently in the United States. I'm calling in from, I'm joining you from New York City. You see me in a sweater because I recently returned from Liberia and the cold has been giving me, I don't want to use the S word, right? Outside is cold. The snow hasn't melted. It's a real challenge for people who are in and out of Liberia. But I look forward to having a meaningful, spirited, engaging conversation tonight. I'm very much interested in the criminal conveyance of land and the role and how it impacts nation building, because we are all coming to Liberia, we are contributing, we are trying to make a change, and those are things that frustrate people in the diaspora who return home. So it's always a pleasure to be here among our fellow distinguished panelists. Maybe one person is not distinguished, but everyone else is distinguished.
Thank you very much. It's good to have you. Kev, welcome to the show, my brother.
Yeah, I just want to say hi to everybody. Let's have a good show.
You're on mute, Stanton.
Thank you. It's good to have everybody joining us tonight. We want to say again, thank you for joining us. Let's get into it. Let's start with the land dispute issue, right? I really want the Liberian people want to hear from you tonight. What's going on? And I'm going to outline this. I got a lot of information on this most recent one in Satan. I'm going to take my position, but I want to hear from you. Let's be fair. Hotel Africa, CDC party headquarters in the building behind the party. The incident at the Kelpley Junction around Kelpley. The Peace Island. You can meet them all over. Let them have some serious discussion, though. I mean, Uncle Sam, what's going on? Let's take this from the court about whether it's legal. Let's talk about the compassionate care here and the will of the government to intervene. Let's hear you. Then we'll play those videos and we'll share some more information.
Okay. On this Satan issue, I drove by there today, and I saw the massive demolition that was done, right? And as far as I'm concerned, I could be wrong, okay, because I was not here in Liberia for most of the 80s, okay? But I mean, since I've been coming back to Liberia since 1992, I've seen those houses. That's minimum 34 years those houses have been there and new people have been living there. And that means the grandparents have been living there, right? So, I mean, I don't know what the legal origin is and who has legal rights to the land. And then I would need some guidance from Councilor Goulet in terms of squatters, right? How many years do a squatter have to have to live on the land whereby there can be either some amicable arrangement or some legal arrangements where the government can say, you can't move these people without a resettlement action plan or something, you know? But it's very bad for the Unity Party. It's very bad for the Unity Party. The Unity Party have lost a lot of votes because of the pimping riders, the tens of thousands in Montserrat County. They lost a lot of votes now because of the demolition. They're losing a lot of votes for the marketeers, right? And some of the things that I thought that they would be paying attention to consolidate their narrow win margin, they're not doing that. But maybe Joseph Boakai believes that he's a one-term president. He's just going to try to solve all the problems of the country. And I mean, and the heck with it. I was in an office today, and this lady, very close and strong supporter of JMP, my cousin, she said, "Look, Sam, we don't believe in the opposition. You can scream, you can cry, you can do anything you want to do. We'll continue to do what we want to do. There is no way that we're going to be talking about coexistence, pacification, or paying attention to what the opposition says, right? And that is very dangerous. That is arrogance. That is, I mean, insanity. There is nowhere in the world, right, where the opposition believe that they have arrogated to themselves all of this power, that they should completely ignore the opposition. They should not coexist. There should not be some like a rapprochement or nothing of that nature. In every democratic liberal democracy, there is rapprochement between the opposition and the ruling party because you have to coexist to solve some of the problems. CDC, Unity Party, they alone do not have all of the resources, human capital, and what have you to develop this country. We all have to put hands together. But this party, this arrogance that they are exerting, and the thing, they control the military apparatus, they control the paramilitary forces, they control everything. So they're going to dominate us the way they're dominating us. This is not healthy for democracy. This is not healthy for long-term peace and stability. They need to slow down. Because, I mean, this power that they have is temporary. And you can see historically, Joe, Taylor, Ellen, everybody, you have to give up power one day.
Let me bring you back, Uncle Sam. The land issue in Liberia, somebody owned those land. Sometimes the country, the government owned the land. Let's talk about Satan. The Satan land is owned by an individual. And I will get into the story. What approach you think the government should have taken?
Well, that's the thing I'm trying to say. The government is trying to use the strict enforcement of the law. The strictest enforcement of the law, be damned the consequences to the what there's no humanity in that. They just say we will enforce the law. The hell with anybody. Eric Nambwe owns the land. He has the proper deed, and we're going to destroy the lives of these people. And there will be no consequences. That's how they're behaving. That there are no consequences for their actions.
Okay, thank you. Let me bring it. Thank you, Sam. And guys, listen, we'll play the video of the land. Yes, indeed, I can announce that I spoke to the parties involved, and I want to tell you exactly money that was spent, money that was given to Princeton, $3.4 million was given to Princeton by Eric Nambwe. Why Princeton didn't say $3.4 million liberty? It was given to Princeton by Eric Nambwe. Eric Nambwe bought this land, or a little over 4 acres, right? And I will go down in the story. We have the court document I just put in the chat room. Check it out. It's very important for us to understand that on the 8th of January, the court have asked Gregory Coleman to take armed police, Liberian police, to that property to do the demolition. So there's a lot to this story. But the owner, Eric Nangbe, and guys, listen, what was his intervention? Did he have to relocate there? Did he pay some money? And I'm telling you, over 20,000 United States dollars, if you do the calculation, were given to Prince Toll. The Prince Toll said Eric Nangbe gave him money. What actually was posted on Prince Toll page? Not only Prince Toll, who all reached out to Eric Nangbe. We can confirm also that even Akaris Gray reached out to Eric Nangbe. Now, Eric Nangbe engaged, he met with most of the residents at same time. And I'm asking every one of you, if you have the number, we'd like to talk to them. The document that I have, the traces of evidence that I have, what's the problem? Would the government intervene even more? Dr. Richardson, this is a developing story, and I can say to you, a lot of money went around to compensate these people. Maybe some of them didn't receive the money for relocation. Dr. Richardson, but the first amount that was given Saturday.
I want to ask you a quick question. When did Eric Nangbe buy this land?
I'm going to go there. I'm going to go there.
When he bought the land?
I'm going to go there. The whole backdrop of this story, I've been working with my sources today. Uncle Sarah will go there. Let me put all the document in small for you to see. But the money that is involved, Dr. Richardson, for relocation, and the last amount that was given to Prince Toll, over $20,000 in the amount of 3.5 million around that amount, is this concerning? If the land belongs to Eric Nangbe, and the government intervened, maybe through the representative, and money were given. Let's hear you, Dr. Richardson. I really want us to have this conversation and bring in anybody from that property that want to call in. You can call in. We'd like to hear you too. Dr. Richardson?
Yeah, I think it's important to know that the story is still unfolding, so there's more information that we need to get about this land. But the first thing I want to say is, because Liberia is not, for lack of a better word, I'm going to say a normal country, a country that has not been through civil war before, a country that didn't have proper land laws, because it was in recent years that we had the land authority. So just using statutory or legal means to solve land problems sometimes is not the best way to do so. Perhaps we could legally, maybe the Nangbe would have been right, or whoever the land owns the land would have been right to get rid of this squatters on his land. But in this case, it would have been even more helpful, more moral, more humanitarian to at least orchestrate a way of paying these people to find a place for them. Now, I'm hearing you, Stanton, say that money was paid through Prince Toll to get these people, some services, to get off the property. I'd like to hear more about that, because that's very interesting. So that's where I would stop. I would just say I'd like to hear more about that. I just know land issues is a thing in Liberia that has to be taken care of. Land authority has to formulate a way to manage most of these problems, because there's a lot of them. And if we're not careful, that could lead us into a lot of problems, civil unrest, a lot of angry people in our country. So that's let me just wait to hear more.
Dr. Richardson, thank you. We're going to keep the lawyer for last, right? Let he dive into some of those documents, and he can educate us legally even more. Fubi, let's talk to you, Fubi.
Yeah, so I think the politicians and the opposition will spin it the other way around, more in a sympathetic manner, and saying the government should intervene, the government should not enforce the law. That when you spin it around the other way around, they'll be calling the government also to enforce the law. So we can be using double standard for different events or different scenarios. On one occasion, you want the government to enforce the law. On another occasion, the government is being vindictive and inhumane by enforcing the very law that you say the government is not abiding by a court order. So in all fairness, you cannot blame the government for enforcing the court order. That one you can't blame the government for doing that. And, and also if it's not a government property, then it even make it worse because government refusal to enforce the court order, you also deny somebody else also their right. If it's government property, then we can also look at it from a different angle, where we'll say, okay, this is government property, the citizens, and the government is for the people. So government also should take precaution in enforcing eviction order against people residing on government property. That's a different. So you got to use different approaches for different scenarios because if this is a private land.
So what's the best option here by the government? That's what we're looking at now. We understand the different thing we've been talking about. The government best option, people say we've been there for 10 years, 15 years, and you just abruptly coming up, that's what they say, but the people that own the land say, no, we've been telling you guys to leave, we've been compensating you guys. What do you think the government best option?
No, firstly, I don't think court cases cannot be abrupt cases, especially land cases cannot be abrupt. So it's not something that the court just woke up one morning and just say, look, are you going to get evicted? It's probably been a long running stuff. I've intervened before in a community versus, a legal case involving a community where it's
the government best option now because you have to have a political eye for me. Let's get to it.
No, that's what I'm saying. Politically, people want to spin it another way, but government should enforce laws as the court orders. You can't blame government for doing that because this is private citizen versus private citizen. There is not government versus citizen. Because if the government refuses to enforce the law, the government will also be denying another citizen the right. If the government enforces the law, the government is allowing things to the road. So you have to balance that. But the issue here now, the humanitarian part of it, when you have people in court for a land issue, there are so many, people should also be bracing themselves, for the issue. If you know that this case is not in your interest, and there are some amicable settlement that's coming about, you should be looking forward to seeing how you can manage that. But you cannot be against the government for imposing
Thank you, Phoebe. And one thing we can confirm, the lawmaker from the district Prince to receive over $20,000 as of Saturday. But prior to that, the owner of the land told Bing that he been compensating people and folks been leaving. If you leave, you take the money, he fence that area. That's a little over 4 acres. The first group of people that took money, and I'm saying this because I told him, I'm going to say this. If he lied, okay, you out there, come and let us know. I want to be right because we got the lawyer here. After the land was awarded to him finally, through the court process, they came down from the Supreme Court. He been giving people money, said, take to go, take to go, take to go. Some people left. And when the last enforcement came in, right, Prince to call him, Akarisberg called him. He was able to speak to Prince to, and he gave Prince to over 20,000 United States dollars because Prince to is a sitting lawmaker. If you go on Prince to posted.
Yeah, 3.5 million.
He said, thanks to God, we have secured over LD $3.5 million for the victim of the demolition of over 2 acres of land in the Satan community yesterday. We will work with the Satan community leadership and other stakeholders to prepare an accurate and verified list of those affected, including the church, and begin disbursement next week. We are deeply saddened by what happened yesterday, and we will continue to seek additional support and assistance for our citizens. But in this post, Prince didn't say who gave him the money, correct? We can announce that the money was given by Eric Nangwe, the owner of the land. Eric Nangwe owned this land. We can announce that the money was given by Eric Nangwe, the owner of the land. And not only this amount, Eric Nangwe told me that he have assisted and compensated a lot of the other people that left. Now, remember Prince said 2 acres. Because the other 2 acres, they took care of them. And they left.
Current Jack go CEO in the dark, so I put you.
Yeah, let me bring you in. Check out, sorry, put your generator on. Let me bring you. You and Uncle said that we're talking about the LDC, my friend. But talk to us real quick. I got to give a backdrop to this. This is a far developing story, Jacob. Let's hear you. But check out Uncle Sam current came by where you want to current.
Jacob Langa generator.
No, but it will take me time to put generator on when the current here went. So, but let me. I use my phone. I will speak. This is the situation now. Fubi say LEC problem solved, but not quite. But on the issue, yeah, I would say that I follow the situation and the pictures going around so far. So first of all, I think of course we are a country of law and we promote the rule of law. That is so obvious. And if a court ruling comes up, you know, it is incumbent upon everyone in that case to respect the ruling of the court. However, However, again, there is a humanitarian question that has to be addressed. Now, as a government, that is the responsibility of the government. The government is there to enforce the law, to make sure the executive is there to ensure enforcement of the law, of course. But there is the human side to this. And for me, the human element tend to transcend everything. We have to be a country, and our leaders have to be people who have interest in the well-being of citizens. It's important. You know, not because an individual wins a particular case in court means Liberians who were having shelter on those land and having their homes should be thrown on the street and they become homeless. There has to be a humanitarian question to the whole affair. And I think the government we need to step in on that. The executive has to step in to ensure that, you know, citizens, Liberian citizens, are provided opportunities so that they're not left homeless and they're not left destitute. Because there are children involved here, there are families involved, there are women involved, kids are involved, and some of those children are in school, and so there has to be action taken on as far as the government is concerned to ensure that the livelihood of some of those people is protected, and that kids who are affected by this action are also protected. That's the responsibility of any civilized government, any civilized society. So that's what I would like to say. And then really the second part of it is that you just referenced, and I saw Prince to post compensation, and the lawmaker is involved in ensuring that people have access to funds so that they can have some kind of soft lending, because I think this action is extremely drastic on a lot of families, and I listened to some of the recordings and some of the interviews that were done, and you know, yeah, I saw somebody, and it hurt my heart to see Liberians being thrown on the street, their homes demolished in such a fashion. The government, and I think the LRRC or whatever, or the disaster management group in the government, whatever entity in the public service or in the government structure responsible for that, needs to take some action to ensure that the well-being of our people is protected, so that kids and families have opportunity to have shelter over their head, because this is a disaster for many parents, for many families in this particular situation. So we need the government to be extremely responsible, and we need the government to ensure that Liberians are not thrown on the street because a particular ruling of the court came up. There has to be, the law has to have soul, and so that's my position on that.
Oh, okay. Again, let you finish up the LDC issue. Because I have a question on what you said, though. The owner of the land provided funds, been providing money. Okay, you are not saying he was wrong to possess his land, am I correct?
No, I can't say that. If the court rules that he is the legitimate owner of the property, I think that's the law. However, we need to understand that there are citizens, there are women, there are children, babies who, you know, have homes and were sheltered under that condition. So the humanitarian question kicked in. We know the law, but the law is intended to ensure the smooth running of society. So if there are kids involved, there are families involved, and if this is a property for one person, we can afford to hold that one person, hold your peace for a while so that we settle this matter. You know, it's one person. It's maybe Eric Nambo. I don't know who the person is, but we're talking about families here. We're talking about kids here.
This situation started since 2015, the back and forth. You talk about over 10 years. that I'm going to show this real quick. The letter from the court to Gregory Coleman, asking for assistance that they go ahead and do the demolition. You seeing this second one, the case involving the different family. But let's just be absolutely clear here. No one would tell us, Counselor, let me come to you before we go to the rest of the guys. Legally, Counselor, no law was broken, right? Can you help us? Bring us up to speed, sir.
So thank you, Stanton. Let me tell you something. The people who were worried about the strict enforcement of the law, there are two groups. The groups that want to remain in power and the group that want to take power. So the one that is in power is worried about what kind of action should they take when it comes to the enforcement of the law, and whether the people will embrace it and not use it against them during elections. Those who want power will be direct, negotiate. These people got rights. They have children. The children going to school. So you hear all of those things because they won't come to power. But here, the law must be enforced. So to the question, was there any violation of the law? No, I don't see any violation. The court has the prerogative in an attempt to enforce a law in terms of putting a person in possession. Court can request the police to aid in the process. We saw it here with the situation with CDC. We saw it, many times we have seen it. And this case, I think, from what I'm looking at, because it's a case between Jesse Payne, right, and the Phillips. So it seems to be that Eric must have purchased from Payne. And Payne and these people were in court. So once your grantor wins the case, obviously you already have won. So it's just a matter of maybe it's the Himon side. Let's forget about the law. So we'll talk about the Himon side, and that's the Himon side that people can normally use to go against, I would say, actually to go against the right other person. Because Eric has right. It's his property. And some of the people can be very stubborn. Very, very, very stubborn. I saw some of them have been thrown out, but some of them can be very stubborn to the extent that from the day they decide to put the first block, the person will give them notice. That's why you see the law guy will call advised possession. If you sit on a property for over 20 years with hostility of ownership, anybody who comes now and says that land for them, the law will give the land to you. Because you have demonstrated that the land for you, you stand there for 20 years. You move there. Nobody put you there. You move there. You sit down there. You start doing business. You say the place is for me. This place is Uncle Sam. Everybody who passes in the area of the older Uncle Sam property here for 20 straight years. And then Stanton Witherspoon come one day and say, oh no, they property for my uncle and that. You own your own. The advised possession. But if Uncle Sam purchases his property and probably he's not ready to use it, and maybe you have your house, maybe you're in the swamp, and flood carry your home, or your home got burned, and you decide to seek assistance to a squatter, and Uncle Sam gave you a squatter right. Uncle Sam title is in that land. Uncle Sam title is recognized, and you are only a squatter. The only thing, before Uncle Sam moves you from there, he must at least give you due notice for you to relocate. So there are a lot of things that happen, and I'm sure going to the court with this case, they could look at all of the facts and circumstances, and they could rule in favor of the estate of the Paynes. And so they implemented it. That is the law. So yeah, somebody will say, oh, the government's will come in. Good. If government coming in to settle that, then the government will be coming in for plenty other things government will be coming in for. And the government is there to make sure that the law is enforced to the letter. So if the government will be coming in to start to negotiate and whatever, that's the political side. And people are afraid that the government will lose vote. That's the reason why the government can, let's try it this way, let's do it this way. So the opposition people who want carry power to now will say, no, if I mean, I will do it this way, I will do it that way. So,
Councillor, because I want to just hold you there, then we'll bring in Kev Hassan and the rest of the guys. Do you think this will have a serious political impact on the government? Hold on 1 minute. Hotel Africa, the Capital Junction problem, the Peace Island, all the demolition here and there. Politically, do you think this will have impact on them?
So let me say something, right? The Hotel Africa is a government property, right? People move there, they build there. If the government did not give them any notice to say stop, and they continue, and they build, they stay there for X number of years, because statute, what they call it, after possession cannot lie against the government. If the government wants to take them from there after that 20 years period, that period, the government will compensate. Because you sat down there, you saw the people build on your property, you said nothing to them, you made no effort to stop them, they build a high-end property on the place, and then you can't say move on here. No. Equity, I will call equity in law.
Politically. Let's come to the politics if you want to help us. Politically,
So,
do you think this will have an impact on the
except
government?
well, I don't know, because the people who are moving from those places, I don't know their alignment. And so I cannot judge to say whether they will go against or that. Yes. So I can't. I don't know until 2021.
Thank you very much. Let me bring you in, Tamba. Tamba, let's hear you.
Yes, CEO. Thank you. I have listened keenly. CEO, these are things that many of us have experienced. I can tell you today that I have an ongoing land case in Johnsonville where I have 3 acres of land, and I think I mentioned it here, I have won, the lower motions, and I'm waiting for assignment. But the land issue in Liberia today is primarily governed by the 2018 Land Rights Act. And, there's a lawyer on the show here. He can correct me, Councillor Gu. But the land issues in Liberia now, you have private land, you have public land, you have customary land. And customary land can be recognized sometimes, even, without a deed. But when you have private land, and in this case, the case we are talking about tonight, it seems to me that it's a private land case between families. One person come, a Liberian come and say, this is my land, and then they go to court. Stanton, based on my experience, land cases don't cut in 1 week. It's not adjudicated in 1 week. In fact, that's one of the frustrations that we should have with the court system. It takes a long time before they are adjudicated, before a hearing is done, before a verdict is made. But all of this time, people within our community or within our estate or who have encroached on our land are made aware that there's a land case. There's someone who came and say they are the owner of this land. And they don't take this thing seriously. The second aspect for me I'm going to talk about is the frustration that it creates for original landowners who own this land before the war, probably, or who bought this land through legitimate means, only for the people who sold them the land. Sometimes the administrators, Stanton, the people from that same village, from that same town, they will turn around after they have done selling the land, they sell parcels to other people, and they create conflict among the buyers. There's that aspect we have to talk about. And then the third aspect I'm going to talk about is the government slowness, Stanton. The government is slow in Liberia to act. In other advanced countries, some of us have traveled. When they say there's a new development, say for example in Johnsonville, the government runs the electrical line. The government runs the gas line. We don't have gas issue in Liberia. But the government run the utilities and make the roads and open up the place even before the estate is built. In Liberia, the government comes 20 years later to open up the alleyways. The government comes 20 years later.
Thank you.
These are things that are frustrating nation building in Liberia.
Let me ask you a question. Politically, we know the backdrop here and there, what's going on in the country. Would it have a political effect on this government?
Look, Stanton, I think the updates never look good, especially when citizens are complaining about bread and butter issues, then they are being made homeless at the same time. But this is a private land case between a family or multiple families.
Will it have a political effect then? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think so. I don't think so. In this case, I don't think so. Look, the humanitarian grant should be there. The government can step in, and Prince Tooh should have been more transparent to let people know that he had received this $17,000 or $18,000 from the owner of the place.
3.5 million liberty.
3.5 million liberty. I think it may have an impact on Prince Tooh's own credibility within his own district, but not the government.
Kev, let me hear you on this. From the other side, welcome to the show, Dr. Beauplex. Good to have you. Kev.
Yes, Stanton. Again, let me say hi. I'm sitting here listening to people. Sometimes it just baffles me when people say it's the law. When you cherry pick the law, where the president supposed to execute the law, he didn't act. We saw people all over this place taking people from tenure position. Supreme Court ruled. The president ignored it. Then the poor people say it's the law. Dr. Richardson said it right. Center who fought war. Liberia is not a normal country like other country, like Ghana, they fought war. Other people who fought war maybe 100 years ago. No. We still get, there's a lot of refugees stay outside Liberia, want to come home to live. Instead of you trying to put people together as a government, you further displaying people in your own country. So if somebody is in Ghana, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, want to come home and see a lot of people on the streets, nowhere to sleep at this moment. Can't you see people with babies on their back? You say it's the law. Where is that heart? That fatherly and that motherly heart? Joseph Boakai, you were in power when war came to this country. Because of some of your behavior in power, war came to Liberia. You talk about bringing the country together. So now you said since 2015, you think Madam Ellen couldn't do something, or President Weah? Where we will put those people? Look at the children. Liberia is not a normal country, folks. And you said the law is the law?
Yeah, let me ask you. I think you made that point. Let me ask you, Kev.
Yeah.
So Eric did his property. How you think he would have gotten his property?
Sit on. This is the time you have that feeling to be your compassion and feeling come in you, and look at those people and say, because is he building there tomorrow? Where he breaking it down for? He building the new Hotel Africa.
Are you saying Eric shouldn't possess his property?
What I'm saying, they should work together. The government should call him, work together, and see how they can rehabilitate those people. Take them somewhere, find somewhere. We get a lot of government land somewhere. Go and take some of the money instead of you using all that money to go and pay $10 million to build house in Foya. Use that money. That money you take to go build in Foya, take that money and put those people somewhere. That's the people money.
Okay,
up to now, we know that money.
So I'm going to ask you again, though. Let me ask you again, Kev. That's not Eric $10 million. That's the government, right?
No.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you, Kev. Let me ask you. Eric needs his property. Eric paid for the property. Eric, the family bank code, two family, the bank code. They came together and agreed together to sell the property. And I wanted to tell Councilor Good, right? Family A, family B, they've been fighting each other. They say, you know what, we're tired of fighting, let's sell this property. Let's come together and sell it. So they went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, okay, you agree? They say, yeah. You get any other person fighting for the property? They say, no. Family A, you agree? Family B, you agree? They say, yeah. They say, who the buyer? They say, we identify a buyer. The Supreme Court said, then you'll go downstairs. They went downstairs, the some people, they agreed, they formed buyer like Eric, Councilor, everybody property. Tell me from 2015, the Rick Monroe up to today, Joia jumped over it. He didn't put for. You won't tell me that the government, your government at the time, couldn't find a solution. I don't want to put the different government there. Your government jumped over it. They didn't find a solution to relocate the people. It came to Joseph Boakai government. So what you wanted Eric to do now? Wait till negotiation is completed. To add, Eric took his personal money for we relocated the first group that were on the 2 acres of land. He put fence. There were no laws. Eric took additional, most recently on Saturday, $3.5 million to help those people. If the line will open the line, let them call.
Okay, so let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. Councilor, please, let me answer this question. Stanton, the people took out the CDC government. They took out the CDC government. The same people, they took out CDC government because they say that, look, we'll look up to this government. They're looking up to this government. This government is supposed to come in now and say, look, let's sit down. Let's see where we can put those people, right? The reason I'm bringing the $10 million home, because if the government can spend that and telling the world and say they're spending it for foreign president to come, what about your people? What about saying when you have money to rehabilitate your people? It's not about the land owner, it's about the government.
So the only excuse that you have, your government didn't do it, so we will give them that pass that it didn't solve the problem.
I'm telling you that these people took out our government.
So because they took out your government, so
they took out our government. Our government gone. There's a reason they took out our government. Why you back there?
Kev, calm down. Wait, relax.
But the same government that gone.
Again, we just asked you to relax. All right. Thank you very much, Kev. Lafayette, you want to do correction?
Yeah, information.
Yeah.
So, I don't want us to talk about demolition and try to say this government didn't do this, the government did that. There's a property in Congo Town, at least the one I can remember, around RC Lawson. That property was destroyed, was broken down, was demolished during the past regime. People were there. I'm so mourning. The videos are all on Facebook. Every government who will enforce the law in evicting people from property. Every government. So let us not say, oh, there's no government to do. No, every government.
So that's why, Councilor, thank you for that information. But where we are today, right? This owner, Eric Nambe, uses his own money and pay to ask people to relocate. No, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Councilor, help me. I think, isn't that being humanitarian?
Yes, of course, yes.
Exactly. That's my point I'm making, right? Yes. That's my property, above the property. It is resolved in the court of law. I'm willing to spend money, 1,005, 2,000, take it, go find a place to stay. Let me bring in my brother, Colonel Remy Gray.
And before that,
say it didn't happen, let me bring in Colonel Gray. We got to run.
Okay. Well, before that, I just want to say something quick, two seconds. I think he did that, I think, because those people were already on the property when the dispute was settled between the two families and they sold to him. I don't think that the land was open and they went and built on it. I think they were already there, but then the dispute came up between the two families, so they decided to sell the land. And then these people now were told to leave. So that's how he had to come in.
Listen.
I think he did well.
And I think that we should, I don't know. Let me just play the devil advocate and be in the middle. I don't want to take side because you know what though? Even Eric and Akaris Gray had a problem when he was in power 2016, when he was a representative. And they had a falling off. But let's leave Akaris Gray portion, yeah. Because Akaris Gray said call Eric. Okay, he did. And I'm not saying something bad. You were telling Eric said, my man, take care of the people. Right? Eric did. So many people call Eric. You are the new owner now. Help these people relocate Fubi. But imagine though, over $20,000? And he willing to do more? But Kev said wasn't doing the government. The government never removed anybody. Let me bring in Conor Gray, Dr. Bupe, then we'll jump to the other conversation. Conor Gray.
Yes, Stanton, good day, everyone. Madam Richardson, how are you today, madam? Always blushing. Stanton, I think one of our root problems in Liberia is winning the next election. That center of our focus, have prevented us from enforcing the law. In the sense that if we do so, they will vote us out of office. But very rarely would you find a situation that was done rightly, that was done in consonance with the law. Very often would you find posterity blaming that issue to be wrong. I remember we had a guy named Joe Tate. He enforced the law to the letter. He was one of the most fiercest or probably most hated individuals. But posterity remembers him as a guy who did not bend the law. A lot of times the immediate frustration will make people to say, we're not going to vote for you. But there's a heart that has sanity that will beckle in your ears and say, you know what? You occupy the land illegally. So by virtue of that, irrespective of the fact that you have been there for 30 years, you still broke the law and still, breaking the law. So if you ask me if this will affect the government, I can tell you good things that are done normally will not affect anybody, especially if it was done in consonance with the law and if it was done with humanitarian, actions attached. The owner has come up with some form of compensation. He didn't have to do that. But because of the humanitarian side, he said, look, take. But still some folks feel that because they have been there, for the longest, it's their property now, irrespective of how they acquired it. And so, Stanton, that culture is why we need to stop focusing on the next election. If it comes, it will take care of itself. But let's make the country to govern. Let make the country, a country of law, not of people or men. Stanton.
Thank you very much. And again, Dr. Bupe, man, let me leave you alone because I just started talking about this. You enjoy yourself, Dr. Bupe. I have pictures. I can show it, but I will wait later on. Welcome to the show, Dr. Bupe. Let's hear you.
Hey, business, show the picture. I'm doing nothing illegal. Show a picture all you want.
No, I will show a picture later on before the show, and I can guarantee you, I will show that picture.
It's good to be back, Stanton. I like to be on the show, to add my little 2 cents, but, I always respect the show because, when I'm not going to be, I always let you know. I've been traveling in the region, so, 6 African countries, trying to do the work that needs to be done. So I've been moving around. So it was hard for me to be on the show. Even when you call me one Tuesday, it's just difficult because my schedule is fluid. But it's good to be back. I'm back home, and I'm glad to be in the show. Good to see all my friends. I've been listening now from time to time, reading the chat and stuff like that. So anyway, here's my 2 cents for the land issue. First of all, land rights are one of the fundamental rights in the Constitution, just like freedom of speech, property rights, that is. So people have that right. And so that right is entrenched
in the Constitution, it's hard to override it. So you have a right. Now, when it comes to the enforcement part, when people against people, you always have that human element and then make it look like the person who owns the property or who enforcing looks, just inhumane toward the other person. But the truth is, these things don't just come to that point. It's gradual. At my property, yeah, you go through this stuff, you go to court, you get the case, in your favor, all these things. But here's what I'm going to say. My orientation is always solution. How can we mitigate the incidents, the occurrence of these things? Yes, how? We can solve the land problem. We have the ability to do so. We can't keep dealing with this stuff over and over and over again. Santa, in this country, as you probably well know, it's so easy to own land. I can say right now, I get somebody the money, they go to do the paper, I got my own deed. It shouldn't be like that. A long time ago, money was given to digitize all this stuff. Whatever happened to that money, I don't know. We have to pay attention to the things that matter to people. And so we need to solve the problem. Let's use it as an opportunity to solve the problem. Digitize this stuff. It will take you 1-2 years, but after 2 years, the whole country will be mapped out. So when you go for this lot over here, it will say for Stanton. You go over here, it will say for Remy Gray or for Tama. We can't keep doing the same thing, putting one Liberian family against the other because we're not solving the problem. I'm pleading with our government, solve the problem, fix the land issue. It is fixable.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thanks to all of you. I believe that we have covered this land issue. Let's listen.
Life. They be here the morning. So the property our parents buy for us. Since the 80s, every number, I mistaken yesterday, every number use the government of Liberia because he have money. He paid them yesterday. They keep with fake documents. And they tormented us, they put on pressure and tension on our hair, and they broke the place yesterday. And this morning, he calling people to come and put their name down, saying, because we're going to ask stubborn, that why he came yesterday, with authority to break the place down. So tell me, is it a country we in, or where are we? It is a country that anybody can use. Any law enforcement officer gave them money and said, go and do this. People say that from the court, they keep with fake documents. You keep a sheriff from the court. You now even keep with the court ruling. But you only keep to implement. You say you keep to implement because we don't have money. You think money now out to end, so there will be no justice in Liberia because every Johnson got money, every number he got money. So you can just take anybody from anywhere at any time. Instead of Liberia.
And Dr. Richardson, I will end with you and Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, let Dr. Richardson go first and you go last. That's why I'm asking politically whether the government will be held responsible. But the documents you're referring to, Dr. Richardson, I'm sharing the document with you guys. Nobody will say these documents are fake. If these documents are fake, then the court is watching. Take it and go to the court and go ask questions, right, Fubi? And say these are fake documents. But I don't think the counselor on the show will even say these documents are fake. But let's see, Dr. Richardson.
So Stanton, even if the document is not fake, Liberians largely have the perception that they can't trust the government. They can't trust papers from the government. And that perception probably started, historically way back, and probably got compounded during the war situation, So, you hearing her, and she's saying that they were forcefully removed. People came and disrespected them. So you were asking, could this have been solved in an amicable way, in a way where we won't have this kind of story in a, like Dr. Brooklyn says, solution-focused way? Yes, it could have been solved in that way. The court won the case legally. It was won. Yes, Mr. Nama won the case legally. Now, do we know if those people were talked to? They were asked, because she's saying that they were supposed to put their names on some kind of documentation, some kind of paper, and they didn't. So, or some people did and some people did not. You know, so we needed to take measures, talk to these people. Yes, you know, the court won, I agree. Okay, but can we just take someone off the land as it is and say, yes, the court won? We can't, because Liberia historically have had these problems. Like I said, the war compounded it. Historically, we don't have the system. We never had a system where, you know, land were given to people, you know, like the government give, like in most developing countries, the government gave acres of land to people. You know, so they have demarcation of the deeds. In our country, we have customary law, we have different types of law, and we have private citizens law, you know, when it relates to land. So we need to be very, very careful how we take people away from the land that they're on, because she's saying she bought that land. That's what she said. She said it's the land that was given to her from her parents. So now we need to be very careful. I think community involvement, some kind of mediation would have helped. I really do. Considering that, again, I'm not saying that our country has been through a lot. Historically, we had settlers that just came and took certain area. The whole country, again, was left into another customary kind of negotiation. And so who owns the land? Even the deed of Liberia, we just recently learned about having a deed to our own country. So, you know, there's a lot of issues regarding land, property rights, a lot of issues regarding it. So I just think that they could have done some community mediation.
But they said it did, Dr. Richardson. They said it started. They did.
I'm sorry.
So you have a little over 4 acres of land, right?
Yes.
They were able to remove from the first 2 acres some of the residents, and they compensated them, Dr. Richardson. No loss, nobody heard that. The last 2 acres, you know, to remove them now fully, that where the loss came on, but they've been compensating them. The community was involved, you know, they send a list out. And I'm saying, just imagine, right? And these people, they got to call in if there's a mistake. But how can we solve this problem? It will happen again and again. And Dr. Richardson, it will happen. Somebody will go take hold of the property again. It will be the same with us. So what should the government do?
And as I'm saying to you, I mean, every one of us on this show, we are involved in some kind of land dispute in our country, definitely, okay? But the issue is not those who left quietly. You just mentioned there were those who left quiet. The issue is those who are living with all of these problems, and that's what we have to deal with. So I'm saying there has to be some kind of mitigation, some kind of serious, like if you gave somebody $3.4 million to remove this book, there has to be some documentation. And why was this money given to that person? Yes, I agree. This statutorily, we should follow the law. But then again, I mean, I don't even want to describe the land issue that I have about in the court system that is involved in this land issue. You know, so we really have to look down into this deeply. There's the court. Yes, maybe the court, a lawyer is here. Maybe the court did work in Monrovia. Does it work holistically for everybody? She's saying that it's about have and have not because this man have money. That's what she's saying. The person who spoke, she said, just because the man have money. So it's something that we have to look into. People don't trust our government. And because we don't trust the government, it means that we need to take our time. That's the primary problem that we have, trust of the government. And so we don't trust the government, we have to take our time. Yes.
Uncle Sam. Unmute, Uncle Sam.
Let's call a spade here, my people. All of you, let's just look at you. I'm looking at all your faces there. Those of you who know Liberia. This has nothing to do about justice. This is strictly about the deeper pockets. Okay? My family been having land dispute for over 20 years in Red Lake. A whole acre. And we've been up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. We can't get any adjudication of that. Over 20, in fact, like going to 22 years. Okay? Property down water side. Whether we're building a road down there. And I'm not in the right of way. the community forced us for them to slice a piece of our property. My land, Jamaica Road, everything was fine. They wanted to build they wanted to put up a light pole. They encroached upon my land. Okay, it happens all the time. They just came to my house the other day here. They said that the alley, this house been for 64 years, and I'm sure they will take a piece of my fence because I'm not in power. I don't have money. I don't have millions to pay. You ask yourself this question. This is a land issue that was in court, but somebody decided to buy this land that was in court because why? He has money. He has power. He has people behind him. He has ability to.
Is it illegal? Was it illegal though?
Let me finish. Senator. He has the ability to accelerate this matter.
Uncle Sam, was that illegal, Uncle Sam?
Let me tell you something about illegal, okay, or not illegal. I'm from this country here. I'm from somewhere. I live in Cape Town here. The thing is, whoever pays the proper cost to tune in this country here, it's not about justice.
Uncle Sam.
Let me finish, Senator. There were two families. The Ping and the whatever. Okay, so those people who probably left willingly were people that were squatters. But those people who stood their ground were people who had legitimate claims that they bought the land from one of the Pings or one of the Phillipses. Okay, that is the problem in this country. And I mean, I'm not begrudging Eric. Eric is a good boy. I love him. Okay, but he has the financial resources and he's integrated into the powers that be. That's why the accelerator has. How come they can accelerate?
Uncle Sam,
let me finish. How come they can accelerate?
Someone else to ask a question.
I will talk my own. How come they can accelerate our own court matter in red light for almost 20 years? Why it can't be accelerated? Why is unaccelerated? Why? Because he has money. He has access to the people who make the thing. Okay, and he has power to everything. That's all that is about. This is all this is about. Whoever pays the piper calls the tune. That's it. How many other people have land dispute in this country that go on for decades and decades and decades? May y'all leave me, man.
So Uncle Sam, when I leave you, you say your grandfather, and grandfather now with age. Grandfather because you got his seniority, right? So let me be very frank here. There will be no way you can tell us that it is illegal. We're actually considered. We have two families fighting and they have decided. Then we come to Jacob, said the councilor went up. They have decided to sell the land. They found a buyer. What's the problem with that, Jacob? Why Uncle Sam is foaming?
No. I mean, what Sam Jackson is saying here cannot be, wholesale fashion dismissed. And we know this country. Let's be honest. The thing about us is that we're very dishonest about our own country and we don't know our country. We know this country. We were born here. Our parents were born here. Our grandparents were born here. We know this is a country that has been built on injustice for decades, for centuries. And the whole thing about rule of law thing, I always like to speak about rule of law, but there's always a very fake approach to it most of the time. Historically speaking, let's be honest. I want to be brutally honest here. The whole thing about rule of law, we're not a country that can boast of adjudicating justice, free, fair, and transparently. So when we're talking about rule of law in the country called Liberia, we're not talking about rule of law in other countries in the world. So we have to talk about rule of law.
The different conversation is taking about so. You are moving the goalposts, my brother. Let remain with the land issue. I'm asking you a straightforward question.
Okay.
You're a white man. You always brutally honest. Don't do this. Don't shit this thing.
I come in and stand on in this country called Liberia. You not see poor men win land case in a 170-year history of Liberia.
It's not only land case. In America, in America, we have the conversation. Man.
I come in now. The lady raised an issue and Sam raised an issue. I do not have the moral clarity to brush it aside as nonsense. I can't do that, knowing the history of my country. In this country, when you go to court on a land matter, more often than not, the outcome of that case will be determined about who get more money. Let's be clear. Why are we acting hypocritical here? It's the fact of the matter. Mr. Eric Nambe.
It's not always. Don't do that. Check up. You don't believe in the ecosystem in the country. No, you already come. Stop saying you come. You already come. You here already. Let's talk now. Let's talk. You already here. Check up. Are you saying you don't believe in the ecosystem in the country?
No. I'm saying that I don't 100% trust in the way we deal with cases in this country when it comes to land, particularly we're talking about. And let me make a final point yet. I would say that Mr. Eric Nambe, I know him, but Mr. Eric Nambe is a businessman and he represents a lot of foreign Lebanese interests in this country. Let's be clear. And it is very possible that he may be potentially, I don't have evidence, I'm conjecturing, I don't have reason to go to court, that he may be representing Lebanese interest over that piece of land. And so there is a corporate interest. Let's go and wipe that land clean of poor people. Who are there? They're poor people, they're destitute, where are they from? They shouldn't even be down there. And then we can foster our business and corporate interests. We can, the government has to be very, very, very much introspective. It is the responsibility of every government to protect the interests of poor and indigent people. Now, we're talking about our party coming to power. If we get power here and I'm around the presidency, I will be, and Musa is president of the country, that will be my position. I will say, look, there's a whole community of people down there. The law, okay, we know the law. We don't want jungle justice here. We respect that. But the little kids are still standing down there and the women are still standing down there who are homeless. Their rights and their humanity matter also. We can't put corporate interests and people making profit and getting rich over the interests of ordinary people. We have to protect the right of ordinary people.
What is your suggestion for Eric to take a property?
Let me be clear. My suggestion is very clear. Now, the most important thing, as far as I'm concerned, in that whole land matter is the interest of those ordinary people. And people, corporate interests have to be secondary. Let's be clear on that. I would say, look, Mr. Eric, I'm a government, I'm stepping. I said, look, what's the issue here? We'll look into the matter. Now, we have to respect the humanity of these people. You can't get young baby standing outside there.
What is your suggestion?
My suggestion there, we will, as a government, step in the fair play, we'll not hurry, we'll not demolish people's property and kick them out. No, that will not happen. We'll call the parties involved. We'll find out, the government got money, we'll get 1.2 billion budget, we're spending it on useless things. We'll take some of that money, we'll find an amicable resolution. We'll find homes for those people. We'll give them dignity. And then after that, you move, we'll take them on responsibly. People will not demolish their home and kick them out. We'll take
the same thing apply to the Hotel Africa folks, right? I know it will be all over. Right?
I respect human being more than material thing. Anything that
happens, I'm not disagreeing with you, though. I'm not disagreeing with you. We got to move on. I want to say thanks to all of you guys for your suggestions.
You will be Lebanese store down there. Yeah, you'll be a Lebanese store, but take your time and give them dignity. Let them move. You take your time. You break the property. People get that money better too.
I think for me, real quick, we got to move on to the next thing, ladies and gentlemen. If you are part of the Satan Community Demolition, you want to call in, we'll open the line for you to call in and then want to hear you. But again, I will say to you, something got to give, something got to take. We have the councilor over here. If that's his property, Eric bought this property. I'm looking at the document and he asked the people to move. He compensating them. And the government has to step in.
Eric bought the property. Why you won't tell us when he bought the property? When did he buy this property?
And that's the reason why you see Uncle Sam on this show, right? Eric bought the property 2017. That's the reason why you see Uncle Sam on this show here. He know Eric very well. He can talk to Eric and he pretended because he want to play politics. So Fubi, let's hear you. But Uncle Sam, he spoke to Eric. Uncle Sam, he spoke to Eric.
These CMC people.
Listen to me.
Because
I know somebody. You think because I know somebody, my humanity will be diminished because I know somebody? Because my humanity.
We understand. The thing that CMC doing now, right? You want us to get out of our comfort zone to talk on this issue. Uncle Sam, CMC, Uncle Sam. CMC got Jala. No, I beg you, Chief. CMC, Uncle Sam. CMC, Jacob Jala. CMC, Dr. Richardson. You guys are telling us that the law shouldn't be the law. Musa Benete Kwan, let the law be the law.
We're not saying that.
Justice with mercy.
We are not saying that. No, that's the narrative you and PBA want to carry. We're not saying that.
Dr. Richardson, I've calmed down a little bit now.
I'm very calm. This is what most people mistaken about me. I'm very calm.
Ladies and gentlemen, listen to this. Colonel Gray, Musa Benete have on his car, let the law be the law. And we respect him for that, right?
Yes.
And I admire Musa for that. Richardson, can I talk, please? Mama, please. Sister, daughter. And I admire Musa for that. But now, when the law trying to be the law, we got CMC Jacob Jala saying, no. We got Uncle Sam saying no. We got Dr. Richard saying no.
No, I didn't say no.
What do you want us to do? The law sees compassion. The law sees compassion.
Yes.
But likewise, the law say justice got to be done to all. Eric Nangwe bought the property.
Justice with mercy, Stanton.
And that's what
justice with mercy. Temper justice with mercy. And it has not been done in this case. Okay? We are protecting corporate interests at the...
Was Eric following the law when he provided $20,000 to compensate?
Yes.
So Eric, when you talk about compassion, like Uncle Sam is saying, right? And the lawmaker, Pristo, say, Eric, I need to see you. Call him over 7 times. Eric, we need to solve this. Eric said, Pristo, I'm coming to see you. Come to my office. Pristo went to Eric's office. Pristo said, my man, we can't do this. Those folks that hit in the street, let's help them. Eric said, okay, Pristo, you go ahead. $3.5 million. Give it to Pristo.
Which is $18,000. $18,000.
$18,000. Prior to that, Uncle Sam, I agree now.
So Eric recognized humanitarian needs of those people. Yet and still the law was on his side. But he said, you know, I'm going to be a
So you're making the point that Eric then didn't do anything bad. He was compassionate.
But I'm saying, did he go far enough? Did they take the regulatory measures? For example, did he document needs? When not did he document the needs of the people? Because somebody's saying they came a day later after the demolition had occurred. That's when they started asking people for the need. That's what that lady said.
You have over 4 acres of land. The first 2 acres, Dr. Richardson, I'm coming to answer your question. The first 2 acres of land, guess what happened? Eric went ahead, he met those people, he met everybody. He told them, say, we have to relocate you guys. Some of them took money, Dr. Richardson. That's why the first 2 acres, there were no no's at Eric Immigrant. There were no no's because some of them agreed to go. And Eric fenced that first 2 acres. The next people, they were complaining, and when this demolition took place, and Eric is willing to do more. I am not defending Eric Nangwe, right? I just talked to Eric today because I went around looking for his number, right? I never had his number because I wanted to get to the bottom of this story. Here we are today saying that at the end of the day, guess what happened? They compensated the people. Some people said they would take it, some people said they didn't take it. But Musa Benete is saying the law should always be the law. For me, exactly. That's what's happening.
Yeah, I know. It's unfortunate. Jacob, wait a small. Oh, Jacob, wait small back. And it's unfortunate for this. By the way, you will get after you ask a question. It's unfortunate that these CNC people will sit and want to say that the law shouldn't be enforced simply because they want to pretend and know that they are humanitarian.
Nobody told the law
When you people get in power and that there are eviction notices, your government will definitely enforce those evictions. So you shouldn't come here to pretend like, no, Jacob Becky, you're talking about the step you. You shouldn't come here to pretend like, you know, you don't understand. If you want to talk bad mock Eric about Eric is fronting for Lebanese people, that's unfair to Eric. You can't say that. And, you know, he bought his land. He went to the families in court for a land issue. The court ruled in their favor. The least the government can do is not to enforce the law. The government should enforce the law. On the issue of humanitarian grounds argument, we all can make that argument. That look, these are humanitarian issues. How can the government come in to solve and help, solve the people? That way you have done your triple still coming. How can government help to solve this internally displaced people? Government responsibility, but you cannot say the government should not enforce the law because of humanitarian reasons. Government to put package together and say, look, these are our citizens. We are evicting them from this place. Since they don't have a place to move, temporarily, government will find relocation for people until people can get on their feet. That's the thing to do. Look, here in America, if you do that renting, if you owe somebody rent for 1 month, you pay. They can evict you. They will say humanitarian because you get to pay. No, they will evict you. They will not say because you get to pay in your house or you get to pay in your house. If you violate, they will evict you.
No,
you know that.
No, they don't.
You know that.
You know that.
You know that. You violate the law. You can pay your rent or your mortgage on time. They will evict you.
Wait. Dr. Richardson said no to that. In America,
you have to go to Sarah measures of court, Sarah steps of court system. Sometimes you even they give them 3 months before they leave your property.
Yeah, 90 days. Yeah.
Yes.
So you agree at the end of the day you will leave, right?
Well, at the end of the day, you gotta go. I don't know at the end of the day if it's a court decision here, but I'm not.
At the end of the day, you have to leave.
I cannot compare the American.
But nobody. But
the law, we're talking about the law. We're not talking about America. We're talking about the law. At the end of the
day, Stanton, please, Stanton, it's important for us to clarify one thing because we're on the national radio. Yeah. We're on the national radio and thousands of people are listening. And you keep calling CMC and I think a lot of misrepresentation here is important to clarify because Fubi looks like you're not even listening. Nobody from CMC, Dr. Richardson is here. So nobody from CMC have ever said that we should not respect the law. No, nobody have said that. Let's be clear. We all statement have been clear.
What did you say about if CMC is in power and you're with Musa Belute? What would you do? What was that?
Would temper justice with mercy.
Thank you. I said exactly. I said if I'm there, my position would be we respect the ruling of the court. Yes, I said that.
Yes.
However, we will ensure that these people who are, I saw the picture, we saw the video. You will not have Liberian citizens whom broken down, kids lingering in the copy. That's not going to happen. We have to get the
my last question to you, Jacob. I gotta bring in Dr. Bopler to see this. So we gotta go. We spent over an hour on this. My last question to you, CMC member, especially you, Jacob Jala. Jacob, my last question to you, though: who bears the greatest burden here, the government or Eric?
The government. The government is on a. Yeah, no, I know. Eric is a private citizen, but the government carries greater responsibility. They are responsible for their citizens. You have to ensure and protect the right of the people. They got to step in and ensure that the right
and again, CMC Jacob Jala, CMC Richardson, CMC.
Eric would have done. Let me tell you why Eric bear responsibility. Even with the adjudication, right? Eric, with a sympathetic mindset, I will work with the government in finding an amicable solution. And instead of the customary 90 days, I will give them 180 days. I will give them a whole year. Are you rushing to go build a mall over there? What are you doing? What are you rushing for?
But I understand again intentionally.
Let me finish. The Eric that I know is sympathetic. The Eric that I know got compassion. Okay? So if there was a responsible government with compassion, I would talk to him. They'll be on the same page. They were going to give these people some kind of dispensation, additional time, instead of the inhumane actions of this very callous government that put the people on the streets.
And that's where you want to, and where you want to go because your position as a let Dr. Bopler close this thing. We got to go, guys. I'm begging every one of you, Dr. Bopler. What are the moving forward solutions? Yes, sir.
So I think we got to be careful, in our quest to blame government, we have to be careful. So in the process of trying to do one thing, you don't create a whole lot of other situations. The law is the law. And I totally agree with Uncle Sam. Temper justice with mercy. I can live by that. But let's be honest here. If I go to court and I get a ruling in my favor, I now have the legal mandate or authority to go and execute per the ruling. And so if I decide I want to go and take my property back tomorrow, I can do so. How is that the government? I think, okay, I don't know all that led up to this standard, like how long do I have in these conversations, how long before litigation took place, how long before judgment, and all those things. I do think that, yes, it would be the best way forward to not have to knock those things down, but please pay attention to our history. There's plenty of places here where you tell the people you got 12 months to move, and you can't, after 12 months, they stay there and they will not go nowhere. So it's a difficult matter, but it's a human face to it. But I don't think you can say, oh, we blame the government. I said earlier, I will say again, Stanton, in closing, let's mitigate the occurrences of these things, solving the land problem, and we can do so.
Again, let me just quickly say this, we got to move on. You remember Dr. Beauclerc, this is individual I led from here, a Marine in the U.S. Army, Liberian, went to Liberia, squat on somebody's land, and guess what happened? When that happened, the folks get to know. They went to ask the man, man, the place, yeah, that somebody's land was in fence. You know what the guy said? They put it for the man, and the man passed away, so they say in the land in the fence. No, that land belongs to somebody, you can't take it. The message are going to court. My friend, don't waste your time. After 2 weeks, the message will court foundation. The court sent a record and said, my man, please, cease and desist. Come to court and talk about the issue. And the man continued to build. When force came upon him, he came back to America, he never went back. Not even the person that sold the land, the person was at the bar drinking, they arrested the person. Is this the person that sold you the land? That your man land? No, not my land. Why you sold the land to the person? But I needed money. Can you imagine such a story? If this man go ahead and build a beautiful home on that land, right? And then at the end of the day, he took all his resources from America, say he found a piece of land. He went and built his house to retire. Dr. Beauclerc, what you are saying make a lot of sense. The government should find a way to solve this problem. For people to get a deed, put those in place. We do have the law. But you know the land people over there, they didn't sell the stealing. They were selling land illegally in around the Hotel Africa. Illegally, they were selling land. I got a letter, one of the letters that Sylvester Graceby signed, sent to the Minister of Justice, said, please intervene. They are selling the government land illegally. What's the land commissioner? Look at what happened in Grand Judah. So the whole thing is a mess. The whole thing is a mess. So let's move on, guys. And I will say this to you, at the end of the day, land, let's put this out here, please. Put the announcement up. Come on, Spoon. I found a land, I want to buy that land. Let the people put this announcement up. So people sell the people land that it land not for them, they just selling it. Then they say, I get a mother D, I get a grandfather D, I get an uncle D. The people, things are high in the country, people are doing the worst. But again, this story continues. Shall we proceed?
Let me close on.
Councillor, we really got to go. Please do it in a minute.
Thank you. So I just want to close on the statement that Jacob Jalab made, that we're in Liberia. People go to court with land. The person who has money, the person wins. No, that is a wrong narrative, Jacob. For you to win land case, my brother, you have a registered deed. If there are two persons fighting on one land and two of them bought it from one person, the same person, the law says the person who has the oldest registered deed is the owner. Because if Jacob Jala sold to me in 2010, and maybe because I didn't build on the property, he removed my cornerstone and he sold it to Stanton. When they go and check, and I registered my deed in 2010, Stanton registered his in 2015, the law will take my deed over Stanton's deed because Jacob did not have right to sell that property any longer because he has passed title already. On the other side, if Jacob sells the land to me in 2010, I did not prove my deed, I did not register it. Jacob turned around and he sells the land to Stanton in 2015. Stanton, when he probated his deed, he registered it. When you go to court, Stanton will take that land. You will have to pursue Jacob now for your money because the court will recognize the sale to Stanton because Stanton's deed is probated and registered. So there are lots and lots of intricacies involved in land cases. So when you see judgment coming up, it's not that the person went by judgment. No. The court, the civil law court, in civil case is preponderance of evidence. The evidence must be there, document must be there, must be verified before the court will rule in anybody's favor.
Which country are you talking about?
Liberia, the country that practices law. Yes, the country that practices
law. The
Yes.
most corrupt judiciary in the history of the world.
I'm discussing.
Where nothing is adjudicated here, why you can't bring foreign direct investment? Because Export.gov said this is the most corrupt
so can you
judiciary.
just wait? Can you give me a chance? Or we'll say you have your date, you have your time.
You
No,
tell
not
me
give me a chance. No. I'm not giving you a chance.
You want to
You have your
validate the
time.
court system in this country.
You have your
You want to
time.
validate the court system
Stand
in
on
this
tonight. It
country.
seems like a CMC show.
You have your time. I think someone is a fellow of you just Uncle Sam, sometimes, I respect you, but sometimes
But I respect you too when you're talking about a different country. You're not
No,
talking about
I'm
the country where I live in. You're
give
talking
me a
about
chance,
different
Uncle Sam.
country.
You have never gone to court.
Country that we all
You have
live
never
in,
gone to
we all
court.
know there's
You have never gone to court, Uncle Sam. You got.
I have never gone to court.
You have your area. You are the economist.
I have
Let
never.
the-
I'm saying you said
Let
I
the
have never
Liberian
been.
people listen. No,
I have
wait.
never been. I
Let
have
the
never been
Liberian people.
a party
Let
in
the
a
Liberian people
court case in
listen to
Liberia.
the procedure. You must not fighting, Uncle Sam. Let the Liberian people listen to this procedure. Even yourself will learn.
Yeah, but you're
because
telling us something that is not true, Counselor. With all due respect, ba.
how can you tell me? Say, how can you tell me?
Counselor is not lying. Uncle Sam,
How can
Counselor,
you tell me that in fact, Uncle Sam, that is a disrespect to me. To tell me that I will come, I'm putting my profession on the line for information. You say
The
not true.
entire world knows that Liberia judiciary is the most corrupt on the planet. That's
I
why
am
it's the poorest country on the planet.
I'm explaining the process, and you go anywhere you can talk to who, whether your grandson or so, who's a lawyer, whoever, they will tell you that's the process I'm giving you. The process is when you go to court for land, especially where you buy for one person, the same person, and lay out. There can be no way that I will buy land from Jacob Jala in 2010. That same land, Jacob Jala sells it to Stanton Witherspoon in 2015. At the time I bought my land in 2010, I registered the deed. And then the court ruled in favor of Stanton. No way. I challenge anybody to tell me what happened in Liberia. No way.
Thank you very much, Chief.
I'm telling you the procedure. People will lose land cases on different. Sometimes people buy land, they don't probate it. They don't probate the deed. They don't
Thank you
even
very much. We got to move on. I want to say thank you. We got to move on. We got to move on. Thank you very much. Uncle Sam, thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Lafayette, good, thank you. We got to move on. I want to say thanks to all of you. A great topic today on the land issue. At least we raised it, and the Liberian people will decide. Another conversation we are bringing forth, the Cloud We Are conversation is in the picture. You know that LDCC, not LDCC, the asset recovery is after that Cloud We Are conversation. But today, Madam Sally paid a visit, and she spoke to some of the students. I'd just like to get your own take on this. Let me play the video.
Computer hardware and computer software.
All right. What's my
Computer is an electronic device that accepts data through the input device, process it and bring out the information through the output unit.
Can you tell Madam what's the hardware and the software? What is the hardware?
Hardware is the part of computer you see and you touch.
So we need to address this, right? While this situation is with the asset recovery and the court demanding more documentation as to the establishment of the cloud, we have foundation, whether it's illegal or legal, yet the former president, Madam Salif, paying a visit, seeing those beautiful kids, well-dressed, well-groomed, and they are speaking about what they are learning at the foundation. I mean, is this a PR or unique PR, or is this just to showcase that yes, indeed, this is our Liberian children? All right, let's go around. I will play this other video, then we'll go around to hear your view. The Liberian people watching, they will see, and then we'll hear from you. I don't know if that's the main. I'm seeing a classroom that looks like a classroom here in America. I'm seeing an environment that is very, very clean. You have TV on the wall, the internet connectivity. You have not the regular blackboard, but I want you to take a look at everything you are seeing and let the Liberian people hear you, and let them give it our best shot here. Let me play again. Look at the building, well clean. The environment is unique. That's the environment that the Richardson loves to teach in. Not a nursing environment. The student to teacher ratio, like you see, maybe I saw maybe 6 or 8 students to a teacher. That's the fair ratio. Again, just give me your best picture. Let's talk about this. We'll talk about the all black that the government is giving away, and we'll talk about all the politics. But I'm bringing this up because it's only fair that asset recovery after this building. But look at the environment, then you tell us exactly what best. Madam Salif actually enjoy her time at the Cloudware Hope Foundation. Dr. Richardson, what running through your mind, Dr. Richardson?
I like the setting. Is nice, clean, and the former first lady was, acting in an emotional and compassionate way, touching all of the students and knowing about when the teeth were out or growing in. I like that personal touch. I like to say that the case is still in court, so I can't say who am I to say that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf cannot visit the school or she can't have a nice day outing with Liberian student. I mean, the case is still in court until the case is decided upon, until we know what's going on. It's still unfolding to me, so it should continue as it always does. If former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf was scheduled to visit the school, then she's scheduled to visit the school. So,
thank you very much. And just to add, a good thing and a good way to add, Musa Benete, CMC political leader, donated some vehicles to the Claudia Foundation, which is...
You're right, yes.
Uncle Sam, seeing what you are saying, Uncle Sam, talk to us.
Look, Ellen Johnson is one of the smartest people on the planet. I've known her for 45 years. I was her driver, a confidant, and all of those for those years. She would not go to that foundation unless she had a thought about the politics behind what is going on with the court case. She wanted to send a very clear message. The same thing she did when she took George Weah to the opening of that road in 2017. I said it here, and I said something that even President Weah called me, and we had an altercation, because I was trying to give him some spine by saying you will go and give out the Hope Village to the government for peace sake. And he was pissed off because, I mean, I like to goad people like that, right? But clearly, this is not a case that the Unity Party should be pursuing, because this is a very high-level philanthropy that this woman has done. And sitting at the pinnacle like that, to start to drag her in the mud because you want to satisfy some judicial thing to appease who or whatever you, to me, it looked like venom. It looked like bad. It looked like enmity. It just looked like evil to go after this woman. So Ellen Johnson Sirleaf went there today and is sending a message to the Barker administration that you are too petty. You've won. Okay? You're an angry winner. Stop pushing it like this. Leave this alone. Leave Claude Weah alone. Leave George Weah alone. Why are you doing this? Why are you pushing this like this? Look at how speck and span that environment is. Look how conducive that environment is. And you want to go and snatch that from this woman because you have a political motive for that? You guys said that. I said coexistence. The coexistence is not there. Why you want this thing? You own everything. You have access to the 1.2 billion. What are you trying to prove, my people? Leave the woman alone. For Christ's sake.
And that, before we leave you though, do you think now Ellen has put forward, do you think this thing going to go anywhere? Ellen for this now.
But Ellen has sent a message. And if Barker doesn't get that message, and if Claude Biden doesn't get that, that's their business. I mean, they will suffer the consequences. Look, you will leave power one day. You will leave power one day. And you have to answer. You have to account for what you did when you have power. You have to answer.
It's
and if you don't have to answer here,
Madam Sirleaf, is it a full support endorsement?
Madam Sirleaf is an extremely brilliant woman. You think she's not aware of the court case? And you think if she wanted to stay away from there, I mean, somebody would have advised her, say, this matter is in court, don't go there. But she went there to send a message to the Barker administration. This is a clear message from Madam Sirleaf. And I haven't talked to her in years.
Thank you.
But I know her mind. I know how her mind works. Okay,
Thank you.
She's sending a message to the evil instincts of this government that to leave this matter alone. Leave it alone.
We got to get to the All Black. Sam, it's 6:07. Let's bring in Conor Gray. Conor Gray, let's hear.
Why be you talking on the other side?
I want Conor Gray to respond before Kev. Yeah. And we got to be fair, Dan. You get one in, one out, one in, one out. I'm trying to balance this.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Go ahead, Conor Gray.
You know, Stanton, that's the exact reason why Liberia stayed 178 years and yet looking like a village. This mindset. There are certain people who feel you should always meet the supplication of the deep state. Madam Salif, by choice, could not have allowed President Boakai to be. So I know that animus exists within her, that by extension, she would not love to see him succeed. She continues to undermine him. She continues to look for her own interest. She will send people to President Boakai. I still believe that Louis Brown was not an accident. It came as a result of Madam Sirleaf. Those are the pariahs that will undermine the integrity of the government itself. The like of Sam Jackson don't want to see certain things because they're angry. Talking about somebody angry, you understand? What does ensuring that the money that went into that establishment, don't play politics with, or don't try to play politics with the idea that kids are benefiting from the institution. But that does not mean government should not inquire as to where money went that were given to that institution. That has nothing to do with children going there. To pin this window dressing that you see children are here, they're benefiting, and the government just want to come and move. That's how the political, animosity that exists within our state. And it's not going to make us into a better society. Government ensure the law. They come and say, you see, you should not. 178 years, that's the kind of messages we have had as a people. We have had as a people, and to obstruct that sometimes, that's why people can come and take the law into their own hands, i.e. coup d'etat, i.e. you go to Burkina Faso, those are the kind of things that were existing. Ratching society. Go to Ghana before Gerald Rawlings, ratching society. There has to be a way where we can end this kind of mentality that the society should remain backward forever because certain people are not satisfied. I will go and log out of Madam Salif if she tried to intervene in my government. Sometimes you have to face those deep state for you to have a beautiful country that you can call a country of law and not of human or people. Stanton.
Okay, thank you very much. Retired corner, Ever McGray. Kev, let's hear you.
So the corner man who took part in war, telling Liberian people.
We're not going there, Kev. We're not going there. Let's discuss the issue. Okay. Leave the man war history alone.
Let me finish. Listen.
No, Kev.
Yeah,
Kev.
I'm not going there. Stand on. I'm not going there. Let me finish. Yes, yeah. I'm not going there. Let me finish what I want to say. Stand on.
Let me finish. Kev, you will not be giving.
We're not going to mess the show up and go on war issue.
You said not go there. Let me finish.
Yeah. No, I'm not stopping you.
But let me finish. Stand on. Yeah. Let's see what I was saying. The man said his own word on the show. That's why they have coup d'etat. You didn't stop him. You did not stop him.
I didn't stop him. He's making a statement. Stick to your issue. He didn't.
So when I made my statement too.
But you went directly for him to say you took part in war. We're not going there, but man, don't waste our time. Let's talk on the issue.
Stanton, how can somebody saying, Madam Salif, going to see children, fatherless, motherless children, and calling for coup d'etat? Come on now, Stan. That should not be discussed here. That should not. If anybody that watch those children and think otherwise, you don't have a soul. You don't have a soul. You remember when we had the SOS village in Liberia? We had the motherless, fatherless children there. Some people came out of that SOS village and become good people in the society. Uncle Sam, you remember? You see what Clark Weir is doing. Musa Ability was keynote speaker there during the graduation of those children. That is not PR. Go back and look at the whole foundation Facebook page. You will see this since that center open. You will see the same old thing with the children. She been doing this thing. She been doing it. She been doing it. It's not PR. It's regular. Go back to the old from last year. You will see it before the case. It's nothing but PR. The former first lady giving back to Liberia. Stanton, the war made a lot of people displaced. Why they're taking people out of homes? And God bless the former president and the first lady who trying to help those people that been homeless today, who trying to help them, to put them somewhere. God bless them, because you can see the difference. Clark, we are taking children out of the streets. Somebody saying the former president should not go there because.
Thank you. Thank you. Chika, let me come to you, Chika. Let's see you look at the surrounding. Look at. I mean, the place is so unique. By the way, you know the children are happy.
Yeah.
The children are willing to learn. Let's hear you, Chika.
No, so okay, the court case aside is matter in court. We will not. I will not endeavor to go into that. We allow the court case to pan out, but outside of the court situation, you know, and I listened to Mr. Gray talk about the threat, you know, to our country historically. I think that's what he was trying to say. But I think one of the greatest threats we have here as a country, you know, when it comes to people who have power in this country, is a degree of insecurity. Is the fear about substantiating power for a long time. 2029 coming up, and therefore that fear leads you to try to decapitate or to weaken your political opponent. That kind of fear, I think, is a driving force behind all these kinds of things. You know, Clark Marie Weir, she worked, opened a center for young Liberian children to go there. What's the issue with that? You know, now if you say she broke the law, okay, we can understand that. But clearly speaking, we are not blind. We live in this country. We follow the issues every day. We know this is politically motivated. Let's be clear. This is an attempt by the Unity Party to try to harass this woman for doing a great job. Now, she built a complex. There are no evidence whatsoever that she took public resources to do that. Like even the matter we're talking about, she was subpoenaed to provide documents, so it means that they don't have clear-cut evidence to prove that this happened. So if she built a center where Liberian children are being educated, is somebody going to tour those facilities, put it on a ship and carry somewhere? It's based in Liberia, and Liberian children are benefiting from it. It's a foundation, it's non-profit. You know, it's not a business enterprise where somebody is getting rich and prosperous from it. So I don't see what the leader is being pushed around. I think the government needs to focus on more important things. We have serious issues in the country that need to be solved. And I think the executive manager, the president, needs to step in and ensure that the government keeps its focus on dealing with the job situation, fixing the economy, try to transform the private sector, some of the issues we've already talked about. So I see precisely nothing wrong with such a project, and I think she's doing a great job there. Madam Salif went there. You see children. I'm happy to see Liberian kids, you know, orphans, you know, kids who basically have no hope in life if such a center was seen open and Liberian being given education to. So I think this thing should start. You know, Clementing them, being weaponized. If you work in the CDC government and he's angry about something, the president should be clear to warn him not to transgress some of his bad blood, you know, to the current government.
I will squeeze a question quickly to you before we go to Dr. Beaupre and the rest of the guys. Do you think this, okay, folks are saying this is just a distraction, right? Are you seeing that this thing will close? Today been a very long day with me talking to political leaders and other people. We got about another year and a half. The government have not shown that they have any document. Maybe they did. They have not presented those documents. Do you think this is just another distraction, Jacob?
Yeah, it is a distraction. It's a huge distraction. All right, the foundation there is doing a marvelous job for young Liberian children. It's not like somebody built a huge private mansion and they're living in the mansion and you say they take public resources to do that. Absolutely not. This is a charity. This is a program that is doing good for Liberian kids and Liberian children. That foundation could produce medical doctors for the future.
But you're not saying that the government say, but you are not arguing the government that the main argument is that government, if you have something on this woman and on this foundation, go and bring it, present it in court. Let's move ahead.
Of course.
But the delay that's saying that bring your own document, though it's not illegal, but again, people will say, listen, man, we got bigger things to worry about out there, right? If the woman stole money to build a foundation, bring it in court, go after. If not, let's move on, right?
Yes.
That's
the point for me.
Thank you. Thank you. That's Boble?
Stanton, I have a question. Where you live at, can the First Lady build something while she's First Lady? Can the President build condos while he's President? Most of us on this panel were educated in other places. But when we come home, we lower the standard. When we come home, we minimize the importance of those things for our own people. We should want that plus more.
But can you allow us to answer? Can we answer your question?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
You can't answer the question.
Go ahead, Stanton. No, I asked you, Stanton. I beg you. I asked you, Stanton. No, don't answer it. Don't answer it.
Uncle Sam, let me answer that.
Go ahead, Stanton.
You've been traveling to 6 different African countries, and beautiful to hear that you are making a lot of progress and inroads. In America, just this gone weekend, the First Lady, Melania Trump, brought in $75 million of a documentary. $75 million. The president here in America that we have today is still involved with business and putting it in his name, his children.
His net worth has gone up by 1.4 billion. His net worth.
The family alone. The family alone generated income in less than 2 years is $2.4 billion. That's a problem. It happens.
Okay.
Nobody says it's illegal. So now I answer your question.
Okay. So let me finish my question. Because you and I both know, and everybody on this panel know, that your illustration is an anomaly in American history. But let's move. You can do both.
We shouldn't move. Is your question answered correctly? Don't say anomaly. It's an answer correctly because you're making your comparison.
Let's grant that.
You are making a comparison with the American society.
Let's grant that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's grant that. So, for me, this is not either or. This is both and. In other words, the former First Lady can educate Liberian children, which we desperately need. And the government can say, we want to check X, Y, and Z. You can do both. So it's not a thing where, because you're doing this, so don't bother me. So I can be doing a lot of good things, and somebody can ask me, my man, how you got to that place to do it? I said, leave me alone. Can't you see I'm doing good things for people? So I think we can do both. So what we should do, I think, Stanton, as people, especially us who are privileged with the exposure and the experience and all these things, we must have the audacity to do things better as we move forward. So if the government asks for X, Y, and Z, respond to that and still be educating A, B, and C. You can do both. I don't think we should take the actions of the government and say, oh, this is political. Can you see what the woman doing? Leave her alone. Because there's so many.
I'm saying leave her alone, though. Is that
so
what we're saying?
No, that's what we're hearing here. Come on now, that's what we're hearing tonight. That's being petty. There are important things to do. There are bigger problems in the country. That's what we're hearing on the show tonight. So all I'm saying is do both. The former
Dr. Bobler, I agree with you. You can do both. Yes, okay. My argument, Dr. Bobler, and I agree with you. But when we talk about this comparison, right, let's try to be very careful, because as the war turns, things are turning around now. Okay, all over. But let's go back to Liberia. I understand that, yes, indeed, if the government have anything against Madame Claudia Foundation, we are running out of time. Please bring it up now. You can go on a fishing expedition. I know what I'm saying. Overwhelming evidence they say they have against her. Please bring it up now. We are running out of time, number one. Number two, to see Madame Salif going to visit her, Madame Salif is an insider. Former president for 12 years, she would just not wake up and go visit that woman. I will be very fair. If Claudia is involved in any illegal stuff that foundation is operating on, the Liberian people need to know. If not, let's put that aside. My argument here, before we bring in the rest of the guys, I wish all Liberian government school classroom can be looking like that. That'll go black. I wish all Liberian government school, the children, can be looking like that. I wish that President George Manneh at the time who have invested more in education, that we can have such a standard. And that should be our argument.
I agree. I
totally agree. That should be our argument. Look at the woman bringing a European American style way of living in the country. But then I would beat on her husband. You have this woman sitting and have this vision. Why couldn't you work with her to help the education ministry and empower them to build across the country? I can take you from there and take you to Boko today. The children going to school with no teacher and no blackboard and no chair. And I think that should be the America. Thank you, Dr. Bopla. That should be the argument.
I totally agree. But the question is, so is the government wrong to ask questions? I think they can do both. The
government is not wrong.
They can educate and the government can ask questions. They're both doing their jobs. So what I'm saying, let them do their jobs.
Thank you very much. Let me bring it to Fubi Hammer. Fubi.
Yeah, I see my CMC guys there trying to spin everything in their own direction and think that we'll just sit and listen to them. 2018, I shared a newspaper on Front Page Africa in there. I think where we are ourselves admitted of government giving us $500,000 US. She said that money was not enough. Even $1 million was not enough. She needs $10 million and she's going to knock on doors to raise the money to get the standard that she wants. Nobody questioning the facility. Everybody will want similar facility in Liberia, but all around. I once upon a time even donated television to and these nursery rhymes to a few schools to encourage them to have television in the classroom to improve the standard of living, of education for the kids. Everybody want a decent classroom, a very good atmosphere in Liberia. I visited the Southeast. I saw classrooms that dog houses in the city better than them. I condemn them. We all want that kind of high standard, especially for public schools. I've always condemned public schools. You hold private schools to high standard, but the public school standards are way below the belt. I've condemned them. We all want a better standard for our kids in the country to learn. Atmosphere that we didn't learn under, we want them to learn under that. So without questioning the standard that Madam Weah put down there, and the last argument you raised about we are having is well with that kind of vision and that utilizing it, that's 100% on point. And he missed the opportunity. But instead, they had a private property for themselves instead of having it for the country. So the asset recovery team is not it's pursuing government property that got government interest in it. For me, Madam Salim visit over there for me is nothing. I don't even consider that as anything big. The government should not even stop going out doing what they're doing because Madam Salim visited school. They should continue with that stuff. Madam Salim is not in power. If we want to keep thinking that because of her influence, we should just sideline everything once you appear, we say no, Madam Salim, they will stop. The country will not move forward. And I don't think that's the kind of country that we want. And, you know, Madam Salim was president, she prosecuted other leaders. She took Judith Bryant to court. She took Snow and other guys to court for the NTGL government. That's the kind of leadership we want. That when you're president, regardless of who, take them to court and pursue them for justice. That's the kind of country we want. We don't say because ex-president appears somewhere, so we all drop out, oh, the ex-president has sent a message. That's no message for me. If you get in government and you use government resources to acquire property in your own need, the government should go after you. And that should be a standard set, regardless of whether you are president or past president or you got close link to powers around the world. That's the only way we'll have a decent country. If we keep looking at people's faces and try to thwart the law because of people's faces, then the country is not going to go anywhere anytime soon.
Let me ask you a question quick, Fubi, before bringing Aguilas and we got to run. Fubi, I mean, how long will you give this government if they cannot show that they have document and drag this Claudia to court? Because if we enter 2027, 2028, our election season, yeah, it will be always cases and assignment 12 and all of them. I mean, why 3 years now? What's going on?
No, I think they should close it this year. Then the judiciary can decide how long it will be wait, but the government should put her case out this year. It shouldn't drag beyond this year. I don't think it should drag beyond this year. You know,
yeah, which should be 2027. That's election which some people will be singing, right? They'll say, oh, because you know the opposition coming together, you're chasing them, blah blah blah. Man, we gotta be careful. You're correct.
You always have that. If we keep playing to that tune, there will be no justice because there will always be vision.
That's the tune that worked for opposition. The same thing happened with Unity Party when CDC was in power. Everything you touch them during 2022, 2021, people were saying, oh, that way, Sean, you know, we can't take it from there. So again, the government is dragging the slothfulness. You know, look at the case of 712 now. It's like everything that, you know, come by, yeah, my Lord, come by, yeah, and everybody just come the same thing. Let me bring in Tamba Aguilas. Tamba?
Thank you, CEO. When I listen to, you know, to the spin on what is happening with the Claude Marie case, I see clearly, I don't want to blame the opposition because they have to take advantage of our political settings, government missteps, government delays to score a political point. I think everybody have to talk about it. First of all, there should be no mistake that Madam former President Salif's appearance at that Claude Marie Hope Foundation is a political gig. And it's optics, and optics matters. And they are trying to score a political point. The second thing I'm going to say is that, you see, supporters of Madam Claude, we always say, look at the work that she's doing, educating the children in a really great environment. And all of the schools in Liberia should have those standards. And the opponents will say, well, we know where she got the money from, government money, right? But this is why I say, Stanton, everybody have said this. But let me just make a point here. This is where I think government is losing the fight against corruption because they are taking too long to act. They are taking too long to act. And look, if the president could sign an executive order and set up, an extraordinary court, which I don't think is allowed under the Constitution, to help him with the fight against corruption, that will help with the fight against corruption. But if you cannot prove in court that the Claude Marie Foundation is corrupt or took government money or did something illegal, then they should stop this charade. Because it is just a charade. And it's a disappointment. Because that's not what we want. Either with this government win in court and hold people accountable, or let people continue to run their businesses and their schools, and then, let's stop this charade in public. It becomes this fight between opposition and ruling government. It's not helping us, Stanton. And that's my frustration. And that's my
Thank
frustration.
you. Thank you very much, Tabai Garas. T. Wadoka, let's hear you, my friend. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Stan. I sat here and listened to everybody very well. It almost seems to me like anytime that the government takes action, then those who are in opposition must say something to gain some political point off of that. The same thing happened with the conversation with Eric and the property in Satan. Now we are discussing Claudia. My CNC brother here talked more about how the project is benefiting Liberian students and young people. But he did not talk about the legality, that the government has the right to look into the source of funding. Fubi here said that last week he posted a newspaper article. We discussed this topic before. So the justice standard, should there be two versions? One version for the ordinary people, so that when ordinary people seem to have something that belongs to government, then the counselor and his team, the asset recovery team, they go after them, and then they work to the well-connected, the rich people. When there's something that they have that the government thinks it belongs to them, then they leave it, because Uncle Sam Jackson and my CNC friends will come and say, oh, leave it, the place look clean. It's not about place looking clean. It's about the standard of justice. And is Lady Justice really blind? The same measure that you will apply to ordinary people and go and take cars from them and say this car probably belongs to government. When the same thing happened to well-connected people, then you should step aside and say, oh no. And then talking about Madame Salib, she is a political figure. She has never missed an opportunity to make Joseph Boakai look bad. Every single time that this former president has an opportunity to score a political point on Joseph Boakai, you know, she goes ahead. And this old man is so sympathetic, empathetic towards her, and he never fights back. I do not encourage him to fight back. It would not be the right thing to do. But I agree with Fubi 1000% that her going there means nothing. She has made herself into an opposition figure. She has decided to prioritize what is against the interest of the government. She has decided to, and Fubi, when you are naming the people that she sued, Tom Woyoyu died in court. He was still in court when Ellen Johnson Sirleaf sued her, or him, I'm sorry. A major opposition figure, Tom Woyoyu, look it up. He died while he was still in court, sued by Ellen Johnson Sirleaf while she was president. So does she have the moral compass to come here and say, oh, leave this person, leave this? It does not seem right that ordinary people should always be the ones that justice target. And the justice does not target people who are well connected. Thank you, Stan.
Can I make a
No, Uncle Sam, wait, let me finish. I beg you, you'll come. Uncle Sam, wait 1 minute. Uncle Sam, wait 1 minute. I will come to you. Just wait, Chief. Okay. Write down what you said. Bunch of Unity Party people are angry with you right now. That's the politics in Liberia. That's the politics in Liberia. And you know what? 100%. Long Madame Saleh is alive, attack her. And see you attacking her as a Unity partisan. Your reward is in heaven. Go ahead, Uncle Sam. I don't know where you coming from.
No,
if you know history, you will not attack that woman when it comes to Joseph Boakai. Uncle Sam, go ahead.
Young brother Fangalo, I was the intermediary.
Fangalo is doing a great job, Stanton. Don't stop the man. Continue. I like you. I like you a lot, Fangalo.
Ellen is alive. I was the intermediary that broke up the peace between Ellen and Tom Woyoyu. She sent me to Philadelphia, okay, to what the place is what that place, Carbondale or whatever in that Philadelphia area there, to go and talk to Tom Woyoyu for them to fix the problem. So there was no outstanding court matter between Madame Saleh and Tom Woyoyu when he passed away. I went to his funeral also, so that matter had been resolved.
She sued him while she was president.
My man, I'm talking about why the man was president, man. That's what I'm talking about.
But
my man, just accept the fact. I've been telling you the thing. Just leave it alone.
Dr. Bobler, the Bible says, all things are passed away, and all things have become new.
Behold, all things become new. Yeah.
If any man is in Christ, he's a new creature. I'm a new creature. My new me is to tell my fellow Liberians, you want to talk about study on behalf of Unity Party, and you think about 2029 attack. I will remind you.
Stand up.
This is the same Madam Salif. In the second round, I supported Joseph Boakai and gave him over $1 million. Maybe people don't know. If you think it's good for you to attack Madam Salif and bring that gap in, carry on. Don't stop. Don't stop.
Stand up.
All my people carry on. But I think
Stand on that new Unity Party scene, new man, you understand?
They will pop me across the head and say, stop that nonsense. Balasani visit, right? At Claudia Foundation, I think it was unique, right? I don't think she went there to poke finger in Joseph Boakai's eye. I think it was just a unique and clean visit. People can polish it, but let me say my own on the Claudia Foundation.
Yeah, because then I disagree with that statement.
Yeah, but my statement, I have that got nothing to do with you. Let me say my own. All right. Madam Salif visit at the Claudia Foundation was unique.
Yeah.
And if Madam Salif won't poke finger in Joseph Boakai's eye, she gets so many ways to do it. She don't have to have beyond Claudia. And I think it was a unique visit. Claudia Foundation is a unique place. These allegations that she took government resources and they have overwhelming evidence. Like Fubi said, I hope they can bring it this year. If not, they are just wish hunting her. I do believe everyone that have opportunity to do that for our Liberian children, they should do it. A beautiful place. And I think the government should imitate what she did. Look at those classrooms. Compare that with the children in Solingwen today, the school they attend. Compare that with the government that's saying they get the after-school program and feeding people all over the country. We can see one school that they're feeding. I know I'll get myself in trouble with Unity Partisan. Just imagine. That police started a lawsuit. The work of the education ministry, we're not saying it. Can this government imitate those good things and advance our teaching and learning areas in the country? Look at Totmaha. They will pin for the next 100 years. Look at the University of Liberia. They're just putting Band-Aid on the wound. They're building it, they are old, they are cracking, they are molded. They get more oil in them, people getting sick. I mean, that's what we are talking about. I'm not going to leave George Weah out. He had opportunity to do this all over. He didn't. But on this show tonight, I would say this. If the government has something on Claudia Foundation, they should bring it. Or else the woman is doing extremely well with the students. 10 years from now, 10 years to come, 15 years to come, those students will be so advanced. And that will be her legacy and her contribution to the country. We gotta move on. We gotta move on. We gotta talk about the All Black. We gotta talk about the All Black. That's why I like everybody can talk their own. I told my own, you won't come by again.
No. I just want to footnote. I agree with most of what you said. And yes, the government can emulate the example. And I'm a big advocate for education. And I think we do a huge disservice to our children in this country. We're always adding to the speaker budget and to this budget, but we never have enough education. I totally agree with you. But please, it's both and. It's not either or. So we should stop saying the woman did so you can do both. Do good things for the children, but the government asks questions, answer it. Let's not be.
I agree with you.
In this country, the people in power have almost unfettered access to the public resources. So let's stop playing games.
But what question that the government asked that
I'm not saying anything. I'm not accusing the former fellow of anything. I'm saying the government have a right to ask questions and let them do that and let the education go on. Two things can happen at the same time. We can walk and chew gum.
Dr. Bupla, I understand that you're saying.
I
Government
agree
ask
with
for
you,
question.
Brother Bobler. I do believe that the government should do it like Fubi said, and I agree with Fubi do it this year. 2027, you are marching into election season.
I agree with that
Anything
too.
you do, that people will say that witch hunt. If the government has something, but and let me say this to everybody, man. I love the children of Liberia. Bravo to Claudia. I will say this on the show. If the government finds something against her, then the government action should be taken. But right now, I think everything she's doing, bravo to her. The children look smart. The children, they are grown well. You can take that, just do that video. And just take it to a civilized country, European country, American state. They will say, what city in America you find that? The classroom is so unique. That classroom is so unique. Let's talk about it. Yaman people won't play politics. I think the government not funding. The argument here is that they have to come out and give us the reason to believe that they have overwhelming evidence, like they said to me. They got to bring it and bring it forth, because what we have seen, the woman is doing something exceptionally well, and the children are learning under a good environment. They are eating well. They are learning the after-school program. I wish Georgia would have done this across the country, but hey, the wife is doing it under the foundation. Bravo to her. I beg for us to leave. Let's move on to our all-black issue. I mean, I see you guys going off, but this is what Delon said. You can respond to Delon.
No panic when LEC goes this time. In fact, everybody almost sent them to the same place, because when LEC goes, they come in almost right back. If you say nothing has changed, go put your generator on if it will start immediately. When you use generator 1 or 2 with a hard starting, and 2, people used to buy LEC current and at the same time buy fuel for the generator. They used to use the generator more than the LEC because LEC was not stable. Now, that fuel money that you're not using again, that something has changed that you can use for something else. No panic when LEC goes this time. In fact, everybody almost sent them to the same place, because when
Who's saying? That true?
Yeah.
That Delon.
Wait, let me finish now. BLOODYLRE. That's a lie. I thought so too, Stanton, and I was very much impressed when I came in from August, September, October, November, December. But oh my God, I spend nearly $40 a day now. I have my generator on right now. And I've spoken to people at LEC, and I'm not getting any real understanding, because the thing is, like, is it because of the reduction in output because of the dry season where the water level go down? And they told me no, but it's some technical issue. But I think it's because of the water level going down. Look, Stanton, that 23 years after war, we don't have 500 megawatt of output. We cannot finance we cannot do a pitch deck to get $500 million to $1 billion to get adequate electricity in this country. Stanton, when I used to work for investment bank, the simplest thing to finance was utilities. We used to recommend the stocks and bonds of utility companies for widows and orphans, because they were like zero risk. So you mean we cannot, as Liberians, put together a business plan to go to raise money on the capital market someplace, or to go and attract an independent power producer to get us 500 to 1,000 megawatt with all these mining companies here, with all these other companies here? Something is very wrong. We don't understand capitalism, how markets work. That is my conclusion. The fact that we cannot get electricity right tells me.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Dr. Bobler, let's hear you.
Stanton, LEC is one of those things that just leaves me shaking my head. So in economics, we call that a natural monopoly. LEC, the demand is in the sky. The need is extreme. In fact, if LEC were privatized, they would instantly become the largest taxpayer in the country, more than Lone Star and more than Orange, immediately. That's our principal source of energy. And like Uncle Sam correctly said, we've been at it now for 23 years. The excuses are tiring. This is a management problem. You know what would be helpful for us, Stanton? Let the government produce a profit loss statement for 2024. LEC is a liability. And when you look at the potential there is, you privatize, the Liberians keep their job at LEC. We get better services. For Dylan to talk, stand I came tonight, I put my joint. It's every single day here. It goes the whole day. So you stop talking like that to the Liberian people. They will just sit down right here. It will come. That's a lie. I've been putting my generator. In fact, I'm spending way more now on fuel because LEC go every single day. And where I live and all the people here, we can afford to pay for it. This is the first situation. The demand is high, the purchasing power is there, but you can't produce it, but you must hold on to the company. There is no logic to that. I'm sorry.
And I will say this to you,
private regulatory commission, and let's generate jobs, socioeconomic development, progress in this country at exponential rate.
But I want to ask you before you rise. I take that, but let's do a quick break, guys. Let's do 1 minute. Dr. Richardson, Vice President had a retreat, energy retreat. What become of that? The president said, go and solve the energy problem. You are the businessman. I'm not a businessman. I'm counting on you. Go and fix it. The law, the Motorado County senators say, no. If your LEC go today in 2 seconds and come back, people are saying no. They are angry. They are beating on the law. That this is a pure fabrication, far from the living truth. Why would the law say that, though? But you understand that I don't know what the law was saying to even say that. Because you cannot lie to the truth. That's the truth, that lie. You can pass by each other, but you cannot mix the truth and the lie and present it to be lie true or true lie. Richardson, no, you cannot mix that. It's like oil and water, right? Jacob, you cannot mix it. There will be no way you mix oil and water except you cook water soup with soda inside. Maybe you said the oil will come on the top and the water will go on the bottom if you cook it that water soup. But that already just said, listen to the law. The people are angry. Listen to him.
No panic when LEC goes this time. In fact, everybody almost sent them to the same place because when LEC goes, they come in almost right back. If you say nothing has changed, go put your generator on if it will start immediately. When you use generator 1 or 2 with a hard starting, and 2, people used to buy LEC current and at the same time buy fuel for the generator. They used to use the generator more than the LEC because LEC was not stable. Now, that fuel money that you're not using again, that something has changed that you can use for something else. No.
That's the problem that the bread and butter there. That bread and butter got fun talk about. The fuel money you're not using take us to the bread and butter issue. That true?
Well, first of all, the foundation is false. So anything you build on that foundation, it will not stand. I'm sorry. My generator, we used to study when LEC used to be a little more stable. We enjoy it, but anytime it went, we start my generator start. Well, you see, yesterday, okay, so if you go to the doctor and the doctor gave you a false diagnosis, you will get false medication and you will not get the right healing. We need to stop doing that. This is our country. It affects all of us. LEC is not working like it should. Stand out there, coming to Gambia, the level on. I went to Guinea, the level on. So we must stop this thing. Let's make LEC better so it can supply power for the whole country, so we'll multiply our ability to create jobs, to educate our children, healthcare delivery. When you talk like that, people dismiss you because we live in it, and what you saying ain't true. I'm sorry, I love this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson.
But I think you're talking correct.
So Cynthia, I watched the show a little bit yesterday when you were asking people to name, I believe, 5 things that this Vice President Cohn has done. And, now today we can see very clearly that the LSC conference that he hosted in Nimba did not solve anything at all. So we can at least say that there is one thing that he has not done right. In addition to other assignments that the president gave him, to investigate, the country is still hard. Let me just say. But a deep question, the underlying question is, why are people who support this government continue to lie to the Liberian people? We already have trust issues, not necessarily with this government, but underlying, Liberians already have trust of the public, okay, government. And now we see that people are talking, I heard what Dr. Bopla said. I hear Uncle Sam spell bloody lie, okay? So I mean, you have to be serious and come to terms with what is the reality of the situation in the country. Speak to the Liberian people. There's so many reasons why our country got to where it is. But if you're asking a question about, can somebody name one or a few things that the vice president did not do right? And by the way, he's culpable he has nowhere to say, I was a parked car, as I heard yesterday. He cannot say that because he is now part of the process. As the president said, they go hand in hand, they walk hand in hand. You played that clip yesterday. So, in speaking about the vice president, this is one thing that he did not serve the country well, and they have to explain that to the Liberian people.
And this is a serious issue because now the season we are going into, Uncle Sam, you in Liberia, this is very scary though. That ain't LDC thing, Central Town, but it's just people kicking the can down the road, Uncle Sam.
Stanton. When I was at LSE, I did my thesis on electricity access in Liberia, right? I've given that project document to everybody in the sector. How to finance or what to do, okay? There are many things to do. Public-private partnerships, right? You can do a lot of different things, and I gave them all of the options from the least to the worst case, how to finance it using blended finance, using bonds, using all kinds of fancy stuff. I mean, to go out there and get an independent power producer, okay, and do a concept document for them to come and fund it up to $500 to $1 billion. That's what Dr. Bopla was saying. A natural monopoly with demand and the ability for people to pay. That is such a simple thing to do, but why we don't do it, I don't understand. And if anybody wants to see my project document, send me an email, samuelpjackson@yahoo.com, and I will send you the project document. It took me a year to put that together. I give it to everybody in the sector, but I don't get anybody to bite because they call me a city planner, they call me a city mapper, they call me all kinds of names, but that's just who they are. But if you want that, please send me an email, samuelpjackson@yahoo.com, and I'll send you the project document on increasing electricity access. Only 3 out of 10 people in Liberia have access to the grid. That means 7 out of 10. 7 out of 10. Okay, 7 out of 10. Well, Ivory Coast, 95%, Ghana, 95%, Guinea, 85%, Sierra Leone by 60, 70%, Liberia, the lowest electricity access in West Africa. Only 30%. It's a shame. And this is post-war, 23 years after war. And we're buying it from Guinea and Cote d'Ivoire. They never heard of a current account deficit where we're taking monies that we own and we're sending it out to different countries. And then they're using the money to reinvest to expand the electricity sector. And oh man, come on, we can do better than that.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. So we heard that the government said we're bringing Jacob. The government through LDC said, listen, They didn't promise us silver and gold when it comes to LUC. They didn't promise us that. You know, they're asking for another 18 months. So do the math, 18 months will be close to the end of 2027. Then 2028, then we talk about election. That's what the man's saying. But Settlement took over. Let's talk about the people he brought in government, those that he have hired, family members, by the way, right? And I will share this in the chat room. The massive corruption are happening at LUC. That family member now, you my brother, you're not talking my own, I will not tell your own, right? Those are around the president. The president, people that are sent people to LUC. This LUC problem, you put silver and go there will not work. Ayoba Salif, I will call the name, you can find out. He's monitoring and evaluation officer. I've got a whole document on everybody that over there, right? Let's talk about Augustine Tamba. Who is Augustine Tamba? Now you can hear the last name Tamba, right? Director, Digital Finance System. Who is he related to? Let's move on. Yasmin Young, Y-U-A-N, Administrative Officer. Kemo Lumi, Monitor and Evaluation Officer again. Boston Toba, Administrative Officer. Kumen Assad, ASSAF, Environmental Health and Safety Advisor. Usman Kamara, Director of Planning and Strategy. James Kabaya, Senior Investigator. Ernestine L-E-D-L-U-L Ledon, Administrative Officer. Edward Bose, Strategic Operation Officer. I can name them. These are people, and I will put on the list there. Now, send the CEO took over you hire. Who are they related to? They are related to the Louis Tama, who is the president business director, President Bwaka. They are related to Mamaka Belete, who actually protecting the CEO. She recommended the CEO. Let's say I can name everybody they are related to. Now, let's get into the corrupt behavior, the corrupt practices over there, right? Things that they have covered. We have to have a whole show on LDC. And I bet the situation that people come and tell us, say LDC is doing extremely exceptionally well. No. You know what they're waiting on? Check out. They just said they're waiting on the MCC compound money now. That's all I know. The MCC compound money. So if that money doesn't come this year, 2028 again, that will be another spin. But the situation, those that enriching themselves, connected to LDC, Nima County, what's the name? Janga Power, Janga who, what's the name? Uncle Sam, you know, our man, Nima County, that doing that electric pool. Let's go to our man. His businesses, he get connected with LDC, that affiliate with East International. We get a whole map of all these things. I don't want to call people name to get them, but massive corruption. And to add on that, Fubi, the government themselves intentionally not paying LDC bill. What they owe LDC? Check up. Look at the capital building go up, on and off, on and off. They're not paying. The money in the budget. But Rachel could say he's not giving it to the people he's eating that one too, because the people eating their own. Our country LDC problem. That was it. That thing they go bring to say the change in the structure of LDC will beat on money captain, and they go bring some group to come back and say they want hustle. The people from Honor Money Captain were there stealing already. Then you transition some of them over. You think they will stop? Look at the houses they building. I'm gonna call their name. Then they listen to DeLon. Right now, DeLon watching the show. Right now, DeLon listening. They don't can't say that loud, but they don't say your LEC left since then. Jacob, how long your LEC been going for? So we've been on the show. Can you tell us? They don't say 2 seconds, so come back.
See, according to me, I have a theory.
It was on for that 1 hour is gone since then.
There you go. Go ahead, Jacob. Let's hear you.
So yeah, I will advance the discussion to say 2020 now make Musa Belete president and he will solve our electricity problem. Because let's be clear here. The solution to our electricity challenge, we've struggled here for the last 20 years. And clearly there are other problems, but right now it seems that we have a generation problem, right? We have a huge deficit in the amount of electricity that is required to light this country up and to provide the productivity that we need and to get LEC efficient. Right now, my brother, LEC doesn't work. It cannot work. You have electricity only half a year. The other half, of course, you have nearly about zero electricity. That's the fact of the matter we're dealing with here. And I think, like Sam talked about that, we definitely need a private sector solution here. It seems like we need to build another hydro, and we need to raise the financing required to do that. And we have to explore private sector solution to get that going. We see countries like Ethiopia, we see Guinea right in the region here, they're mobilizing private investment and solving their electricity challenge. 88 megawatts. If you add our dependence on CLSG, then you're talking about 120 megawatt at one point in time. But then even at a period where Mankofe is down, that deficit, I mean, that amount of power we're able to generate falls significantly. So our problem here is not about connecting more and more people. And I saw, the UP people made a lot of noise talking about increasing the amount of connection, household connections that we have. Household connections have always gone up. From Ellington, household connection kept going up. CDC town household connection went up. Now household connection continues to go up. That's not our problem. Our problem is generation. Our problem, we don't have the required amount of electricity to get electricity all around here. So we need to solve that problem. And you talk about MCC, we're not going to have access to any kind of MCC money, even if we go through the program until maybe around 2028, 2029, or giving all the bureaucracy associated with that. So we need to solve this problem effectively, immediately, and we need to explore innovative solutions. For me, I think we're in a new age for development in Liberia. We're in a period where we need to harness private sector solution, private capital to try to solve our infrastructure challenge. There where we need a businessman, a business person with business acumen, like Musa ability, and others who have the understanding, the experience to harness private capital, private investment to try to solve some of these problems. We can say we rely on World Bank financing, MCC financing, IMF financing, or international to solve our electricity challenge, because electricity is both an economic infrastructure, but it's also a security infrastructure. It's also a social infrastructure that we have to use. So it's so important to the country. We need to throw the full weight of the country behind finding the resources required to solve the electricity problem once and for all. And I think politicizing it, that has been the case all along, hasn't helped the situation, and it will not help it. We need real creative solution to solving this problem. And I think in the coming days or so, the CMC, Mr. Benedict, will spend some time trying to advance the CMC solution towards finally solving this electricity challenge and the rural infrastructure issue in our country.
I'm sorry that you're in the darkness, but you're doing this for CMC. We hope that Musa going to get you a generator, right?
No, I do have a generator here, but it was on a while ago, but then it gone back off. So we'll try to get it.
Well, no fuel. You get filter problem.
Mama, I don't know about that generator.
Is there a few allowance?
Let's hear you, Kevin. Let's hear you.
You were talking about Flood to me, right? The Jeremiah Kun guy in Nimba. He's the guy that take it. That's the person you was trying to talk about, right? Stanton. Flood to me, right? You not hearing me? You're not, yeah. Jeremiah Kun, man.
Stanton, you're not going to Dusty Watcher. Dusty Watcher in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, what you were asking me a question?
That's what you were trying to talk about, right? In Nimba, the Jeremiah Kun guy.
Oh, I got distracted, Kev. Go ahead, continue. Dr. Buflet, thank you very much. Let's see you tomorrow, Dr. Buflet. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Kev.
Huh?
Kevin, what's outside? We gotta go.
The jungle water guy, Jeremiah Kun and company. Yes, but President Weah signed, I think it was in 2023.
You got to come to lie again. You come to lie again. We catch you watch.
What do you mean? You see, these are some of the things that you don't want us to talk about. It's not like 2023 to expand 40 megawatt, right? To expand Mount Coffee, right? In 2023. So you see what President and Weah were doing, and now everything gone down the drain. The only thing the Unity Party can do is to lie. That's the only thing Unity Party can do now is to lie. So if you go on the Twitter post, you will see it there. On the Telefirst, you will see it there. Everything there. Samatua explained everything. He signed it. Samatua signed it. So the country were moving forward. The country were going to a place. But the only thing that Dillon and others can do right now is to lie. That's all. That's all, Stanton. Nothing else. I don't think people realize that how bad the country is today. We all knew that, you know, when a rainy leg will come, they managed to use that and go into the minds of the weak people, because a lot of weak people that they will come up. Oh yeah, the country is doing better. The country is doing better. The country is in the worst stage as we speak right now. Take your camera, go down on the streets, they will see it. The country is in the worst place. Imagine what the government wanted to expand that Mount Coffee, wanted to put it far beyond what we're supposed to. But folks decide to use the method of lying and bring us back. And now, where we are today, the only thing they can do is to lie. The only thing they can do is to lie. And you know, Sam Jackson is correct. You know, it's a bloody lie. Everything is lie. We on the show, we see Sam Jackson leg going off. They don't say the Korea is in the country. You know what they're saying to you? They say, don't believe your eyes. Just believe what we're saying. Don't believe your eyes. When we say the country is hard, they say, oh, don't listen to the marketeers, they're lying. Anything you say, they will come back and say you are lying.
Thank you very much, Kefiko.
In 6 years, we'll make it last 30 seconds. In 6 years, 2029, we'll make the Unity Party 18 years in power. It is post-war. Nothing to show for.
Thank you, Kev. Let me bring in Colonel Evan. Kev, before I bring in Colonel Gray, right? It was setting power to Ivory Coast.
Yes, I can explain that.
No, I'm not asking you to explain. I just asked you to say, yeah, Colonel Gray, let's say we're against that. It's 7-11.
This is the issue where we care. You're getting a gun with the
I just asked you a question.
No, get a chance to.
No, let Colonel Gray talk.
That's the problem with Kev. When you're given the ability to speak, it goes with one word in a circle over and over and over. By the time you won't hang up on him,
you asked him to agree. He already finished talking. Now you don't want me to. You asked me a question. Let me explain.
Colonel Gray have not spoken on the LDC issue. Colonel Gray, go ahead.
Stands on the. Let's be fair to Mr. Dillon. When he made that statement, that was last year when electricity was stable, and those individuals who did not follow the trend of things, there were 3 different solutions forwarded: short term, medium term, and long term.
You said they don't make that statement last year?
Yes,
when it was stable?
Yeah, yes.
Are you sure?
He made it last year when it was stable. Unless,
are you sure? Are you sure that last year's statement?
It was.
That's what I'm saying. Are you sure that last year's statement? I'll give you the chance to talk.
I saw it last year. I saw it last year.
Okay, go ahead.
Unless he has gone and repeated himself. And then, and then let's be frank. When he made that statement, it's like you saying that I ate, my stomach was full yesterday. Does that mean I'll not be hungry today? So he made that statement when his stomach was full. In other words, when electricity was constant somehow. The sheriff now, who has, according to you, brought family members and so on and so forth, that guy took over that sector. You know, I was pushing Monique Captain from the get-go. But then, I was helpless when they brought in sheriff, and he proved himself. But the vice president's solution was, let's get a short-term policy, which we harnessed during that moment where electricity was stable. And then they went to solar farm, which is an upgraded solution. Government has built so many solar farms. They just need to start igniting those solar farms. Now let's talk. Somebody say, "Oh, the problem is a management issue." I'm here myself somehow, but the government said, somebody said it's a management issue. That was the problem when we brought in sheriff. We believe that Monique Captain, you understand, had some managerial problems. That's why the situation persisted. So we brought in sheriff. He stabilized electricity to some extent. In the jubilation of that moment, Mr. Darius Dillon, Senator, said, now you don't have to go far because as soon as your electricity goes, it's coming back right away. That's when he made that statement. But Stanton, I don't care what you do. People will always find ways to say, I will do it better. That is the 178-year-old question we have not been able to answer. Everybody comes with a solution, but they're hypothetical until you put them to test. Even the research made by Mr. Samuel Jackson is hypothetical. It has never been tested anywhere on the surface of this earth. So
that's not true. I did case studies. That's a lie. I did case studies. And in research, why you do case studies?
Give me chance.
But don't mislead. Any academic what you do,
why you always disturbing people?
Because you want to make the people stupid.
No, but
when you do research,
you're not being fair because you just something that is not true.
When you do studies, my brother, case study is not a guarantee that it will work in certain situations.
But you say it's never been done anywhere in the world.
No, it's never been done. Your solution was being applied. So we want country.
What I'm saying to you, when
your
I take
solution has
research,
never been applied.
I take case studies.
It's not a litmus test. It has never been applied. Anyone on
It's never been applied. It's been done successfully in 3 countries.
My friend, you have to be able. You have to hold your temperament. Emotional intelligence. My brother, emotional intelligence will allow you to give other people chance. You lack that emotional intelligence.
It is your lie and it's your
not social emotional activity, my brother. If you have that discipline, you accomplish a lot. You are test. I am sycophant. I agree. I am sycophant. You are not. That's why you with Musa Abelte, baby, lay money there now. You surface always when there's money somewhere.
Yeah, no problem. Let's take the
all right, so let move ahead, guys. Let that move ahead. I'm going to bring you in, Fubi. Fubi, you are not spoken on the LEC issue. I will say thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sean Andre. Fubi, let's hear you. We gotta go. Fubi.
No, they see the LEC issue, like I said before, LEC are always been a rainy season corporation for a long while. And even with weird time, the same thing. During the rainy season, it was relatively stable. The dry season, you will have the off and on regular stuff. But people were celebrating the rainy season, early season in Liberia. I told some people, I said, look, wait until the dry season. If it stays stable, then you can commend the current leadership. But other than that, I think it's the same rainy season crisis. And I read the press release from the LEC the last time, I think, saying that there are problems not only with the rainy season or blah, blah, blah. But if you read in detail and you read with comprehension, you still see that it still boils down to the rainy season. And their efficiency is higher during the rainy season than any other season. And that's where they need to focus. We know that they need to build a capacity. There are more households that have connected, and they don't have the capacity to meet all of those, so they have all of the issues. But it still boils down to the rainy season. And so whatever the government can do to solve that, I saw they have 50 million in the budget for the solar farm that they want to put in. That's a good stuff. Unfortunately, Liberia does not have high sun like other countries in our region. Like for here, Burkina Faso, the sunshine here is more than the rain. The rainy season here, I think, 2 or 3 months. The rain that falls in Liberia, the rain that falls there, I think when you put all the rain that falls here in compared to Liberia, probably 1 week rain, Liberia can take it the entire rainy season here. And, but they got good sun. So I think Liberia can make use of the dry season with the issue of the solar farm that they're trying to build. That should be a good start. Whatever effort they can put behind ensuring that they can do that within a shorter period of time, they should invest all their time in that to help to reduce and solve some of the energy crisis that we're having currently, while they tapping on the Cote d'Ivoire and Guinea purchases that they are doing. But Liberia has a serious LEC issue, and we need to focus on that. We have a lot of water. They can look at investing in some mini dams in different parts of the country, that they can also, besides just relying heavily on Mount Coffee. I think Firestone is not relying on Mount Coffee to run her area. So I think that there's already a case with Firestone that they can look at and see how they can repeat that in other parts of the country and have these small mini dams that can help to power, besides talking about privatizing it, but help to at least power those different counties. So they got a lot of issues, a lot of things to do. But they're looking at the broader picture.
We got to go. Phoebe, you are right. I support your idea, but I don't think when we ask for maybe fast stuff that you think was done, completely done under this government, we got problems. Like Dr. Richardson, I'm surprised that you be spying on our show. You're supposed to be at your program. You were watching the show yesterday, right? The energy thing, again, people would say the government failing on the energy thing. Yeah. Let us see exactly what the government have done completely. And sometimes it's hard, but guys, we're going to leave it there. I want to say we'll come back tomorrow. Nelson, can you come on the show? We will just do our 1 minute closing.
Sir, can I come in?
Yeah, you will start with you, and you will incorporate your time with your closing time. Nelson, can you come? We got to close. Uncle Sam got to go to bed. You know that. We don't want to keep him. I spoke to his wife today out of bed for a few hours. Now I know I'm in trouble because, I'll be in trouble. So we couldn't get to this all black thing, but there you have it. The government, like you saw on the front page, African newspaper, new set of flippers, people coming, monitor group conscious against controversial award of 9 all blacks to 5 foreign firms. Listen, we have it. We have the document to this thing. But again, guys, you want to join us tomorrow? Let's get into this conversation. I just want you to look at this. The All Blacks is up for grab. They're running like crazy. They're running like crazy.
Who are these companies?
Look at Liberty Petroleum. Look at Bernal Oil and Gas. Tarak Oil and Gas. Cabra Energy LLC. Transoceanic Energy. They are all flippers. Our country, man. Total. When the money will get coming in, we can Oranto, they're shutting them down all over now. We are saying that something is terribly happening. You want to join us tomorrow? Something is happening in our country. Look at this All Black up the market. Negotiation. I'm hearing people are in Nigeria right now, traveling, negotiating. They will give it to you. You will not pay a closing cost or opening cost. You will just run and take it. You flip it, then you take your money, then you get anybody. So we know their names. These players, we know their name. You have the oil cartel in our country, folks. That's you won't come because I won't say my own just chitty and run away. They will not see me again to the world that riches. And that's please come on. We know these players' name. We do. It's bad for our country. We know their names. Okay, look at this. Look at Oranto Dawn. It's going back to Nigeria again, but not oil and gas, Nigeria. Some of the people check on them. They ban them. They are on sanction. Why are their name on the list? And when I broke this news that a few months back, people say, Stanton, how you know? Don't ask me. We got some bad players in our country. You want to come on the show tomorrow? Let's talk about these things. I will share the document with the guys, the all black flippers. Hundreds of millions of dollars going in people's pocket. They will build the mansions. They will do their yama yama and they will come and rub it in your faces. Because you know what? Nobody will persecute them. Let's go over the all black again. We'll do our closing. Are we serious? Richard Poole said the point anywhere he would take money and he would pass the ink care. He would not be regent speaker for life. So he doesn't care. What the Senate are talking about, actually, they're thinking from the Senate. The executive mansion piece, the Senate, who are the Abache. But Abache is a sedition, though, so what's going on? LB 32, Happo Basin, Liberty Petroleum, LB 8, Liberian Basin, but not oil. They already distributed it, they're waiting for the cut. LB 9, Liberian Basin, Tarak Oil and Gas. LB2, LB3, and LB4. Cabral Energy LLC, LB27, Transoceanic Energy. Imagine the people are telling you, we don't care. We'll get our money and get the heck out of here. The next government will look for a tire. Who are involved? I know their name. I will put the name and the picture up tomorrow. Who are involved with selling Liberia natural resources for their own personal gain? It's about time that we chase them. It's about time that we go after them. We call their names for you to know them. They got special security. They got EPS manning them. They got Liberia National Police with long black gun manning them. You can't touch them. You can't get too close. They bring the investor from Burkina Faso, bring the investor from Europe, bring the investor from America. They are there to sell your natural resources. And they will leave you dry. What happened to our country? Join us tomorrow. I'm seeing the document. I'm seeing all the. Listen, I'm not going to. Listen, I have to call the name. I have to call the name. You know me. I promise you I will. You get very big LEC. LEC are at least worry, man. They will not give you current that you supposed to get it. They get it 15 million. They will not give it to you. You're all black gone. Oranto not tell their own. They flip it. You're all black, then gone. What kind of country is this?
You're bought and rocking the country.
What kind of country is this?
The country. You're bought in power.
Forget about the gold, forget about the diamond, forget about other natural resources. Your all black is on the world market. It's not on the real oil market, though. It's on the banjo, the black market. The banjo, you know how you get World Trade Center? What is they get there? They get an international World Trade Center honor that I play saying you're all black. All the ambassador designated, all of them get all black people in the pocket. They're looking for the quick flippers. What's this? What's going on, my people? I want you to join us tomorrow. Listen, I will not answer call. I will just put a picture and a name. My uncle say know what I'm saying.
That other woman resignation is important. What her name? That Brandy Barnes woman from HPX. She resigned.
We'll talk about it tomorrow. She resigned. Yeah, there's a reason why she resigned. We know.
That is, I have a lot of information on it. Lots
we were
of
talking
it.
about it. But I was saying, you told me that something was going to happen from that end. You told me that. I don't want to disclose our conversation, but let's talk about it tomorrow. Let's close the show. Everybody will have 1 minute. You know what? Let's give Uncle Sam the first 1 minute, then we'll come to time out because Uncle Sam will stay long. Please help me watch the time.
The woman's sleeping already, but I will do it. I will talk. Look, my people, look. government is continuity, and we know that President Weah has signed an agreement to add 40 megawatts to Mount Coffee, and then they're going to do like a solar farm of another 20 megawatt, right? Clearly, the problem is the deficiency you see in the water level, right? When it comes to dry season, where it's the output is only 17 megawatt. It's not enough. But look, my Liberian people, we can do this thing together. It's not a CMC thing. It's not a Unity Party thing. It's not a CDC thing. It's a Liberian thing. Let's get the best minds in the electricity sector. There are Liberians that are working for public utilities all around the world. And like Dr. Bropler said, electricity and utility is why when I was in investment banking, this is that the stocks and bonds will recommend for widows and orphans because the risk is too low. And in terms of as a business idea, as a business model, that's the simplest thing Liberia should have done in the last 23 years. And then, of course, lastly, we need to make a determination as to how justice is applied. And I just want to say that quickly. You people are talking about justice. Justice? When you were illegally removing a speaker, people that come over here and say this is a government of justice and fair play, when you were ignoring the ruling of the Supreme Court and you were having a justice minister to misinterpret the Supreme Court thing, where they had to go for a bill of information, and you have the unmitigated nerve to come and speak about justice in Liberia. If you are Unity partisan, you don't have a molecule in your body that resembles truth, that resembles justice, that resembles equity. You were given power, but you are misusing that power to suppress the citizens of the Republic of Liberia. And come 2029 after, make sure you stay in power forever, because if you don't, you will be held accountable for those that you are committing against the Liberian people today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Come now, let's discuss the all issue of and all the national issue. We appreciate the Samuel P. Jackson LSE as per LSE, well learned, the oldest puppet that no book plenty. We say thank you very much.
Thank you so much, guys.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Agaras, let's hear you, my friend.
Yeah, Sam Jackson, I'm going to adopt your style, so I'll interrupt and get more time here. Look, it's been a pleasure, Stanton. Always a pleasure coming on the show. CO, yes, there's feedback coming today from the studio, but I didn't get a chance to chime in on the LEC issue. But look, Sheriff have done his part. I think Fubi was right on the money on that, so I'm not going to belabor that point. And if Dylan was speaking today, I would say Dylan is delusional, but I think that statement was earlier. But my hunch here is that, and I don't have any scientific evidence, my hunch here is that there's a cartel within the Liberia Electricity Corporation, like many entities across Liberia. And this cartel is derailing the progress of this entity. And I think if we really want to make sure to ensure that the LEC can serve Liberia, we should rethink whether it is private sector, it is public-private partnership. We should look at it. I know there are case studies out there, but it doesn't mean that what people have done in the past, especially if we haven't implemented it, and Sam is not here, I don't want to call his name, but why were not these case studies implemented? And that's the reason. And this is why I always say people shouldn't let themselves run circles around the presidency. The presidency is very powerful, but the president can be director of LEC. The president can be director of Port Authority. The president can be minister of youth and sports. The president have to have people who are capable and who are loyal and who want to serve the Liberian people. And that's why I say, show me the people around you as a leader, and I will tell you what leadership you have. And then finally tonight, Stanton, look, when it comes to the land issue, that's an area we should look at as a country. Because the more that we have a justice system that's not serving the people, that's not responding quickly to this issue, it let the court issues linger for 20 years. And then when the court adjudicate and the verdicts come down, people feel disenfranchised. That's what happened in that Satan issue, because the issue has lingered for 10 years, and all of a sudden someone seen as having money, having connection, has won the case, and the ordinary citizen will feel that they have been disenfranchised. And this is the issue we have to look at. I talked about it on the show last week. We have to have a justice system that works for everyone, that works for the common man, that works for the teacher, that works for the market woman. That's the only way we can build a Liberia that works for everyone. It's always a pleasure being on here, Stanton. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know where you guys coming from that their own statement was over. And again, Colonel Gray, you guys can really make me mad sometimes. If you don't know when it was done, just so you don't know, it wasn't old. It was this year. They don't appear on OKFM. It was this year.
2 days ago?
No, 100 days ago. Sorry to tell you that. But if you don't know, just so you don't know, or just check on Facebook, it's there. But anyway, you try to spin this thing, the message, your LEC, don't Christmas letter, you better like, bro. I asked you for the video setting when you told them posted them on work hard because you feeding them, you're scared. And I'll play that video. I'll tell you that
you got all the video. You got all the video.
You're enslaving your fellow Liberian. But I love you too, Tamba. You're my friend, you're my brother. Dr. Richardson, I didn't know that how you call it, you guys were opening credit union club for CMC though. This is huge. CMC Credit Union. CMC Credit Union. I didn't know that. I just came across this at Richardson. You open credit union for people?
It says CMC's credit union model for development, which means that.
Oh, I know how to read. The only thing I think we're going to go out of credit union. I say credit union that all have to. You're going to get money now.
Yes, it's a model. We credit
model. You say model, yeah. You put it in there, put in the money you're giving there. You say credit union. You say model.
No,
so how much you credit? Everybody credit above 500, below 500.
Yeah, you can credit building bridges and roads and trying and credit developing Liberia for the Liberian people, so that the Liberian people can become more aware of the needs of the country. So that's why.
What's the application to credit?
What did you say?
The application to credit.
Well, the application to credit is to be a good citizen of the Liberia, be more patriotic. The application is engaging.
CNC get money or the same go credit. They open a credit union. If you're in Liberia, just find a CNC party headquarters.
Let me try some money. No, go ahead. Do that, please. Promote CMC. They've been doing it all. They've been doing it for us. Everybody here, for being been calling our name.
But I tell you the truth, that Richardson, I know you're closing though. What CNC is the third force that the only thing that's stopping CNC is not CDC, but CNC is doing exceptionally well. So let me give it to you. Do your closing.
Thank you, and we'll continue to speak for the Liberian people. As I was saying, the political leader of CMC, Musa Hassan Bilde, was in Grand Jide. He was definitely understanding the needs of the Liberian people. They need simple things like, good healthcare, good clinic, good education, good roads, for the people to be able to conduct business. And that's all they need. And he does not want to simply rely on transitional notes. Like, some governments, it's good. Transitional notes is good, but the combination of saying for yourself and transitional note is very helpful. So, I'm happy that the CMC leader, Mr. Bilde, is crisscrossing across Liberia to speak about ways that he can be of assistance, ways that he can provide development to the Liberian people. But I want to just thank all of you guys for joining us today. I want to thank you for at least participating in a discourse relating to Liberia. That's always helpful when Liberians can do that. It's good to have all of us here giving our time 4 hours per night to discuss issues that are pertinent to our beloved Liberia. I like to call it beloved Liberia. I want to say that the land issue is so complex. We have to take our time in managing how we allow people to be removed from the property, even though the court says so, you still have to take out time. And the senator constantly asked me, well, the court said so, there was no noise about it. Yes, there are people who didn't make noise about it, but we have to deal with the people who made noise about it. And that's the people that we have to be careful with. Those are the people that we need to talk about. I wish we could look more into strengthening the land authority. We should sit down, brainstorm as a government and as a people to brainstorm. How can we solve this matter? This is a serious matter. We should look at the illegal sales of land. We should also look at people have weak document, as Councillor Goodall said. He said sometimes they bought the deed at different times. Sometimes they didn't probate their deeds. Sometimes some people just neglected their land. Some people left because of the internal conflict we have in our country, the Civil War. People just left the land, and so other people went there as squatter. And so what do we do as a nation with people who just stayed on other people's property because nobody was on the land for years and years and years? And of course, we have the post-war displacement. Those are all things that we need to consider in terms of brainstorming a solution. When it comes to, Madam Ellen visiting Madam Claire Wia's school, I like to believe that, people are innocent until proven guilty. For all of those who think that Ellen had ulterior motives and she's a politician, so that's the reason why she went there. If you don't have, I have nothing to prove that, and I like to go by evidence. Okay, you can say yes, she's a political person, she's against Joseph Boakai. I don't live in that world at all. You got to show me who you are, and I'll believe you. That's the world that I tend to live in, and I speak from both sides. Joseph Boakai is, if people know me, you know that he's almost like a father figure to me. But and if you know anything about Ellen, you know that my brother was a part of supporting Ellen's government. I'm not going to call his name, but so I just want to make sure that Claire Wia, she's in court. That doesn't mean that things wouldn't go on at her education center. That doesn't mean that she should stop educating the children. That means she should stop all the visitors until the government brings its paper. They want her to incriminate herself, and she's not going to do that. So the government is saying that they have to bring the paper to state the evidence. As far as the electricity, my goodness, I think Liberia is so blessed to have good weather. We could make use of innovative ways to maintain electricity in our country. We have solar panels, as somebody said. I think we should we should spend our interest in that area. We should put our interest in that area. Windmills, there's a lot of that. We got a lot of beach area on the coast, for that matter. We should use the different rivers in the country. Like, I live in Beaumont. I was just telling Stanton, I'm going to close right now. I lived in Beaumont as a child. When electricity went out, we got notification that telling us oh, a week from now, electricity will be out. And the German company that ran the concession area, utilized Hindi. There's a river in Hindi. I can't remember exactly if this is in Paul or what river. I think it's in Paul River that's in Hindi. That's what they utilized. And so if Beaumont at the time could do that, and I'm sure Lamco at the time could do that, Firestone could do that, what is wrong with Liberia that we can't do that? We can't even provide the necessity for us. So, I want to just close on that, saying that it's a great show. It's good listening to everyone. And thank you, Stanton.
Dr. Richardson, thank you. Dr. Richardson, it's good to have you, man. We really, really appreciate your input. Thank you. Let me bring in Colonel Abraham Gray. Colonel Gray, you want to do your closing?
Yeah, Stanton, sometimes,
Richardson, we got a question for you, man. Don't run away from all of that. I did get one question coming up. Begging you, Dr. Richardson, please. We close it.
Somebody can get heated, but in the spirit of debate, sometimes we ought to exercise emotional intelligence and let someone run their own course. Some folks go in circles saying the same thing. But you have to sit there, and that's what makes you human, and take some of that shock and swallow it. It makes you into a very patient and reasonable person. Those are of course qualities that any human beings should have. But I say this, you remember last year, I think we had a lady that came up here talk about removing trash and how Madam Salif was trying to influence that process.
Fanta. She was CMC today.
Exactly. With a gentleman named Abdallah. If you know Abdallah is probably married to the daughter of Stephen Talbot. I could be wrong. But she was trying to influence that process against the government's will. A lot of times when you see Madam Salif surface in our politics, she's not there because she loved the process or because she's so humanitarian. I don't want to call her, a con artist, but she's somebody who loved to pursue her own, will. So when you see her appearing with that structure of being there forever, it's not like it was open yesterday. But because this issue has made it to court and there's so much hula baloo, Madam Salif is trying to will or influence there. I can cry on her, but I can only determine how she must be treated in this case. Madam Salif is no longer the president of the Republic of Liberia. She's a former president. Gave your friend chance to rule. Just as he sat there, he did not use him. You declined like a parked vehicle, as he himself said it. So now he's trying to make his own move. A reasonable man would say, leave him alone. Why every second you want to inject yourself into our politics? Your time is over. You had your run. You're looking at President Boakai. People say, oh, he's been around for 40 years. Imagine what Madam Salif, how long she's been around. But everything that has gone down with our country, she has something to do with it. Leave this president alone to rule. This case is in court. I would assume that it's going to take a natural course. The court is not there to side with one person. If you bring the fact, and if the organization bringing the case don't have the fact, definitely it will be dismissed, and that would be a plus for Madam Clark. But to begin to inject yourself into some of those things, look, our country went through a war where somebody stood on the line on the wire and said, reduce the mansion to nothing, I will rebuild it in 3 days. Those kinds of mindset, you understand, are what our country is struggling with today. So we are making progress coming out of those kinds of mindset, and you should allow the law to take its course.
Thank you.
I think the initiative there is a good one by Madam Clark. I'm hoping that there's nothing there, and
thank you.
So she can continue with what she's doing.
Thank you very much. Fubi seem to go off. Kev?
When it comes to LEC, the mini dam that I don't know who was talking about on the show, the hydro power was signed in 2023 by the CDC government, right? It's going to be 9.5 megawatt in Nimba and 2.7 megawatt in River G. So these are not new. I think somebody was talking about it. It's not new. But let me say this. We're calling on the government to bring the evidence against Madam Claudia. Madam Claudia is in the country. She's not hiding. I think they're supposed to, they already, I think the judge, I don't know what went on, but I think they're supposed to go to court tomorrow or something like that, sometime this week, if not tomorrow. But we're calling on the government. The government cannot come out with anything. And we know they don't have anything. And we dare them to come with something. Were you asking and were you asking the whole foundation to bring evidence against themselves. Any reasonable mind, unless maybe people want to be cuckoo, but any reasonable mind will know that they don't have anything. This vindictive government will have something they didn't carry to court and show it. They'll be putting it all over the place. This vindictive government. Listen, and I will say this: I was sitting right in the room with President Weah made that call on that day one. On the other side, you could hear Jose Imam Bokai, President Weah congratulated him and everything. Nothing about olive branch. Nothing about saying, let's build this country. After President Weah talked, less than 10 seconds, that was it. He was gone. Nothing. You feel that the papier will say, you know, I'm the oldest guy in politics in Liberia now. We'll bring the country together. President Weah, let's build this country. The same thing President Weah did to him when President Weah won the election and went to him, giving that respect. The vice president, Joel Taylor, went to him, giving that respect. You feel like this papier was do the same thing. But
so we close it,
yeah, but other people talk now. Oh, man. Yeah, man.
I gotta go eat, man. Yeah, you can't tell that. Yeah,
okay,
I gotta go eat.
Okay, 10 seconds, so you can go eat. 10
That's
seconds.
over, man.
Okay, 10 seconds, you can go eat. What I'm saying here, right? So you could see where they're coming from to break down all President Weah and fingerprint, installation, connection, affiliation, everything. He wants to wipe out President Weah face from Liberia. That his plan. To the airport, the presidential lodge that the President Weah built, he probably put his JMB on the floor. When you enter there, you will see a JMB. He ain't below, but he not placard JMB there. All over. Team you enter there, you will see a big thing on the floor, JMB.
Thank you, Kev.
And that would not happen.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just say this real quick. I'm confirming this information about this vehicle. This is CMC National Auxiliary vehicle that was given to Mike Bewilliam. You remember Mike Bewilliam? He ran on the CMC ticket for the senatorial race in Nema County. The key was given to him, Musa ability. But we can confirm that Mike Bewilliam returned the vehicle. He returned the vehicle to CMC leadership. And we are still investigating whether he stayed member of CNC. That's why we're asking Dr. Richardson to further help us. And on the contrary, having seen that vehicle, though, we begin to inquire, yet to confirm what led Mike Bewilliam to return the vehicle to CMC leadership. Again, I'm going to put this up, folks. That's the vehicle that was given to Mike Bewilliam from CMC. But something strange happening that we can confirm that Mike Bewilliam told his driver to take the vehicle back. He doesn't need Musa Bedete vehicle or CMC vehicle any longer. Just to find out, yet to confirm, but we are gathering report that Mike Bewilliam, his unofficial report, have crossed over to Jeremiah Kwan. Again, we will discuss this further tomorrow. That Mike Bewilliam has crossed over to Jeremiah Kwan in Nema. Again, maybe Dr. Richardson will help us, or we'll wait till tomorrow, but we can confirm that Mike Bewilliam have returned the vehicle and Jeremiah Kwan have brought a vehicle for Mike Bewilliam. This is the vehicle for Mike Bewilliam that Jeremiah Kwan bought. It is unconfirmed about whether Jeremiah Combs bought this vehicle, but we can confirm to you that Mike Baldwin have returned the vehicle assigned to him by CMC. Speculation have it that he no longer with CMC. I will be reaching out to the CMC political leader who will speak on this show tomorrow. Again, the senatorial candidate Mike Baldwin for CMC have returned CMC vehicle, and now he's on the side of Jeremiah Brown Combs, and it is unconfirmed that Jeremiah Brown Combs bought him this vehicle, but we can confirm he have turned everything over to CMC. Let's hear from Dr. Richardson, Kev Hassan, Phoebe Henry, and T will close. Dr. Richardson, is there anything for us to know?
I'm just going to say something briefly because I know Phoebe and T has to come in. You know, they say where there's fire, where there's smoke, there's fire. So your sources are telling you information perhaps that are correct. Mr. Bleion, Mike Bleion did turn the car in. He probably was not happy because when Mr. Ability, the political leader, is going out of town, he usually asks all of the cars that are out there to return to base because they have to use those cars. In fact, when we even have our diaspora Liberians who are members of CMC go to Liberia, they ask certain members of CMC to give up their cars so that the diasporan people can use that car while they're there. And that's just a sense of, bonding and connection and being caring about the next man. So that's what happened. And Mr. Bleion was probably unhappy about the situation, the fact that he was asked to give up his car for Mr. Ability to travel to Grand Jit. And so as we're hearing, he turned the car in, or he said that, well, keep your car. Your car doesn't sort of make me, or something like that. So tomorrow we'll know more about the story. This story is just unfolding. It's just coming up, but that's what happened. I mean, for those of you who think that Mr. Ability just give up things and give us money, yes, we do share cars in this party.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. I think we'll run with this story tomorrow. I'm going to reach out to political leader Ability to come and talk to us. Again, it's very clear to say that we're yet to confirm whether Mike Bleion stay with the party, or whether Jeremiah Combs bought him the new car that we just posted. Chief Phoebe, something is turning, my man. Your prediction coming true. Political play.
No, but on a serious note, I think if the party assign you vehicle, like Dr. Richardson said, and they ask to use it for party function, I think it's only fair that you allow the party to use it. I don't think you should take it as a personal property and get vexed if that's the real story behind it. But I think it's fair. You have party cars and they need it for operation. The 1 or 2 days will not kill you. So I don't think it should make you get vexed with those kind of stuff. On the several issues, good show tonight. I don't think we should be getting vexed with Madam Sadi for visiting the Claudia Foundation. But like I said earlier, the government should not stop the investigation because Madam Sadi visited. That should not make you to stop. You are in power. You have to prosecute the current administration, the past administration, all those you think are linked with government properties that you're trying to deal with. So her visitation should not stop the government from pursuing her legal investigation. So you should just continue with that. And if Claudia use government resources to build a foundation in her own name, it's fair to go after her. If she didn't use it, that some other money will have government connection to it, the court will settle that matter. And we all applaud the standard of the facility. Like, her husband did not make use of her vision. And he should have used that vision, having a wife with that kind of vision, use it to improve schools across the country. But that was a missed opportunity for him as a president. And that's sad. And on the issue of the legal, Uncle Sam is not here, but I will still tell you this. The president or the executive did not violate any law by not enforcing the Supreme Court ruling against the majority bloc. That that ruling could not be enforced by the executive. And so the president could not have taken that action. On the issue of the eviction with the economic property, the government is not wrong for doing that. And we can add all the human feelings and human stuff to it. The government is not wrong for enforcing the court order. The government did the right thing. The only thing we can say, government should have backup plans for people in distress. So when you have your citizens being evicted, from properties and they don't have anywhere to go, there should be some kind of backup plan that government can come in for temporarily host them, and after that, make sure that they get back on good footing and move on. But our country, we don't see that, and we hope that the L3PRC now can get into that gear, to be able to. These are some of the cases that they should go after. Not only people that are coming from outside the country, internally displaced people. They should look at how they can also manage internally displaced people from this kind of eviction. We have eviction notices and enforcement. They can come in with temporary shelter. The government should start looking into that direction to see how they can help to solve problems in that direction. But you cannot be saying the government should refuse to evict, evict people from when the court legally pass or read it. We can be pushing against that. So I think the government is not in the wrong, but they should have a backup plan for these kind of situations so that they can be able to relieve people temporarily while they put their life back in order. Because if the government refuses to enforce the order, you also disenfranchising other people's legal right. And the legal system should not have eyes to say, okay, this person, or okay, we enforce it against this person, we're not enforce it against this person. And also, we should look at it from that angle. But it was a good show, and we look forward to another one tomorrow. Thank you.
Man, thank God you well, man. We're happy to have you. Thank you very much. Let's bring in T. T, take us home now.
Yeah, thank you, Stan. Since I didn't get to talk on the LEC, we'll take a brief second to talk about it. From when we started talking about the capacity of LEC, or Stan, you said that the problem was mostly a management problem, and I want to agree with you. A few years ago, World Bank sponsored a research on the total electric capacity or power capacity that is required to serve this nation. And they said that it was ranging between 200 to 300 megawatts. That's what is needed. Right now, we only have about 88 megawatts. And in the dry season, the capacity drops substantially all the way up to some 17, even as low as 8%, or 8 megawatts, I'm sorry. So there's a problem that we have been having for quite some time that can be solved if we invest our resources in the right places. That's what I want to say. That same research also showed, Phoebe, you spoke earlier about the water capacity, that we don't have enough or sun or something. If the rightful management procedure is applied, we can utilize hydro capacity, or solar capacity substantially during the dry season, because then you have sufficient sun. And then during the rainy season, we can make more use of the hydro capacity. But I want to say here that in the rainy season, we have enough water to produce the power that we need. To close here quickly, Stan, back on the DeLong issue. I don't know whether that tape is old or new, like Conor Gray said, but whether it's old or new, it don't matter. I think it was not sufficiently sensitive to the struggles of people when it comes especially to problems of electricity in this country. The way he spoke like a man sitting on the mountaintop and everything is okay with him, so therefore everything is okay with everybody. That's not how DeLong advocated, some years ago when he wanted power. And my dear friend, Kevin San, you're looking at me, I promise to be honest. So that's honesty from me right there. People are struggling. There's a serious electricity problem in this country. And when you go and speak on OKF and say, when current go, it will almost come back immediately. It sounds to me like you're being insensitive to the struggles of people. 3 gender persons on this show tonight said that even while the show was going on, they were having problems with electricity. And some said that it lasted for more than an hour. And then to conclude, I will speak to the issue of ERIC. I want to agree with Phoebe that the law should be the law. There should not be 2 systems of justice. one for the rich and well connected, and then another one for people who don't have sufficient connection. So I think in as much as we urge Ire and his team to consider the humanitarian need of the people, let the law apply. Let him do the best he can to help if possible.
Why your Jeremiah Coon? Why your Jeremiah Coon people don't like the law?
My dear friend, I love you.
Why your Jeremiah Coon people don't like the law?
No, that's not the issue. That's not the issue. The issue at hand here is the brother went to court. I have spoken to Eric on multiple. When Eric bought that property, there was some yo-yo and back and forth in it. He didn't want that headache. They went to court before. And then he paid off 2 different pricings on that one property. I tried to get him tonight. I didn't get him. And I'll speak with him again tomorrow. So I know the background of that property. What I am saying is the rules from the court. You see these guys, when the court rule, you don't want to accept it. I don't know why. You're not quick to.
Everybody using a generator now. All the stores are using generator. There's no LDC in the country. I'm recording this video at 4 p.m. Liberia time. Everywhere, all of the stores are using generator. So go and buy a generator so you cannot sleep in the darkness.
I don't discuss.
I want to say thank you. Thanks to all of them. Thank you very much, man. You gave me a hard time, man. You say you can speak truth to power the time, but you first put minister jumping up and down. You can talk, but you can't speak truth to power.
You solve your problem with Dylan, man. It should not be a whole country.
Your cool people with Dylan as that true.
Problem with Dylan. You don't have problem.
Call Mark Bill because you know him. Ask him what's going on. Because for Mark Bill, the more honest the ticket. I mean, Jeremiah Coon bought the man. Jeremiah Coon the man.
Let me say something to you quick, Stanton. Let me say something to you quick.
That's it. Don't take us off Facebook. Sorry to keep you too long. You can go, Nelson. Okay? Just turn the radio off, everything. I want to say those in the radio land, thank you very much. We appreciate you. On us again tomorrow. Nelson, thank you very much, man. I forgot I should have said that to you a long time.
Yeah, just starting the midnight show soon.
Yeah, I heard that you started the midnight show soon because the woman will deliver, then he won't be home. But leave us on Facebook, Nelson. Thank you very much. You can shut everything down. Thank you.
Well, let me ask you something, Stanton. Quick. This shows that Jeremiah Coon so afraid of Musa. He's trying to go into Musa background, in the backyard to want to weaken Musa.
I don't think that. I don't think that being afraid.
It's your fear.
No. I disagree with Kev.
I'm not to my opponent. I'm not going to my opponent.
No, but if you don't go to your opponent, they bad. That's what it is. You think that American Kev, wait now. Kev, wait. Colonel Gray. Tell Kev how American winning the war. They planted CIA in Venezuela. They say we know the food you are eating. The time you took shower. We know the pajamas you wore. The people were inside. They kept saying the don't say it's politics. It's politics. It's transfer period. That's the best thing America can do. If it is true, then that's politics.
But Center, in the military, we have something called psychological warfare. You go in the guy's head and defeat him before you even fight the war. I remember when they used to tell the brief assignment though war on a specific day. Charles Taylor would say, you have on blue brief. and then they start looking at everybody in the room. Who said it to that? You know that what happened with Spoon, right? When you get information, everybody start looking at people.
Yeah, because they don't say who get the information to stand on yet. You got to do this. And Jeremiah Coon, if this is true,
Stan, let me tell you something.
Wait, T. The man that was on the ticket just a few months back. And I'm serious. The man turned the car over to Musa Benete and took a car from Jeremiah Coon.
Stan,
I'm concerned, yeah.
I can confirm to you. I know Mike. We grew up together. Mike is a very good friend of mine. I tell you. I almost whispered Musa Benete here during that campaign. Say, this Mike you with that Jerry got. No matter what, when push comes to shove, this is where Mike belongs. I can tell you that. I've known Jerry forever. I've known Mike forever. I know when we went to Jackie doing the Monroe, the training something. I know what Mike and I talk. I will not say here tonight. So Musa Benete was always wasting his time. And I know 3 other people in his team now that will soon come over here. I know that for a fact. So he's wasting his time. I'm sorry, guys, not on the show right now, so I can tell them to their faces.
I will not divorce because it looks like you're pushing the tribalism side.
We are opponent trying to bring it back. It shows that
yeah. You're like pushing that side.
No, we just
to CMC because
our God. That's it.
What's the purpose? What's the purpose to go to your opponent's backyard?
Because explain to you, CIA operation.
You want to weaken your opponent because of fear. Actually, Jerry afraid of Musa, and that's why he.
Jerry understand the politics game. Jerry understand a lot.
No, fear. No fear.
I don't have to be.
Kev, allow me to say this.
Yeah.
You say that fear is the work of a political party to break down the oppositions.
Yes.
It's the work. CDC will not sit down there and don't go after those big fish. Come close to the election.
Yes, sir.
CDC cannot win all by themselves. CDC will enter the Dodua of Unity Party and convince some of them to flip and turn over. Some of them talking to CDC today, we know that. You also call that name? That's an excellent move by Jeremiah Coon, if it is true. That Jeremiah Coon bringing in Mark Blewion, that's an excellent move. I would beg Musa Benete to go into the backyard of Jeremiah Coon too and grab some of your people too. That's the political fighting we lack.
But
let's see the say 19 and Benete. You think that Benete will do it? Jeremiah Coon, if it is true that Jeremiah Coon gave this guy a car, went into Musa Benete's backyard when Musa Benete was giving Hatta in Grand Gide. Jeremiah Coon look around and say, you know what? It's time to call this guy win. I will set in the nuclear weapon and bring him back where we are. Get my pickup truck.
Pastor, we always knew, Pastor, to some degree, even the CDC people who are NPR members, they said that Mike Blewion was, member of CDC and he was member of NDR. So we always knew that. We always knew that he wasn't 100% CMC. However, you see, T shook his head. However, he was given the opportunity to align his beliefs with Liberian people. And we allowed that to happen.
But Dr. Richardson, I begin to cut your claim. We told you so.
Yeah. Well, you did. So that's what I'm saying. So we listen to you guys now. So
the man is a sedition in this guy.
Listen to you.
No, you didn't. You said the man was ill-treated. You said
he was ill-treated.
Push the man out. The man was a game player. You cannot say that's true to it. Let's go for the ball. I will go back later.
Stanton, remember when the man was running and then the whole team went to London? The man complained that he felt abandoned.
That's not true. It's very great.
Stanton brought it up. He said, well, how they were abandoned the man in the middle of the fight.
Who did he complain to?
I'm going to be a fellow. Jeremiah Coon if y'all sit down there,
Jeremiah is a game player. Don't overlook him.
To tell you the truth, it's not true. I'm concerned with CDC. Jeremiah couldn't get a bunch of them in your pocket. If y'all sit down there, Jeremiah couldn't get all your people there. You got then. To tell you the truth, it's not no. Somebody got to say, Koga. I say, Koga ain't going anywhere. Koga will stay. You go outside of Nima to find somebody.
Thank you.
Jeremiah Kuo. You don't put your hope in anybody when it comes to Nima and Nima politics. Jeremiah Kuo have that place locked down. You have to go outside of Nima if you want to make any progress. That Richard said, Bisa Musa Belete. Nimi one person Musa get in Nima.
Musa, Luo, you know, Mr. You know Harrison.
Wait.
Wait, I will tell you a couple of people. You know, I don't know I can't remember his last name, but he was actually the candidate for Liberty Party. He's completely outside. The former representative for,
Last name is Luo, I think.
Yeah, I don't know his last. I can't remember his last.
But
then also, I'm telling you, I'm describing the man to you. You can tell me. And then also the former he was representing.
Can I call it? Can I call the name?
Yeah,
no,
we call it Niati.
We're not asking you. Nima Kante. Musa
what you say? What a minute. What a minute. I can't hear T, man. T, what you say? What a minute.
The old man from district, he was the district 8 lawmaker, right? That the old man you're talking about?
Yeah, the old man, but yeah, the one who was I think he studied geography or geology or something. He was in the house.
Oh,
yeah.
What I want. And I also somebody the old man who are also CEO for the rubber company.
Richard said, let me interrupt you. A political leader here to show up somebody woken up and he called it in. Welcome, Chairman. How you doing?
Thank you.
Stop calling me Chairman, man.
But I think I also think about Chairman, political leader, but I will catch up.
Dad, what's up?
Not much, Joe. How you doing? Good to see you. Thanks for calling in. God, come to lead me right on your show.
No, I mean, I listened to the show. Look, when we formed TMC, we did not create human beings. We knew we get our members from other parties. That's the essence of party. But everything that is being said tonight, as far as we are concerned, is rumor. When people join party, they do opinion. When they leave party, they do opinion. So I don't want we in the CMC, we are very calm and quiet people. We have a policy. We assign vehicles to you, and the vehicle, all CMC vehicle at CMC lessons is registered CMC me and has CMC lesson plates. We are going to the southeast. We commandeer. We have about 41 vehicles. So we commandeer 15 of them to come with us to the southeast. Whoever falls in that category, you give the car, your driver takes it, and we use it, and we return it. Last night, all the cars arrived in Nimba, so those cars that came from Nimba were returned to their respective assigned officers. I was just told tonight when this news was coming that last night my driver went to the officers in charge of our logistics, Mr. Roger Gloglo, that the driver brought a key to him and said that Mike said that he should bring the car. That's all we know. As far as we are concerned, Mike Blow is still the vice chair for mobilization for CMC. I am aware that when we were going to Ranchi there was a delegation was selected, And I remember Mark called me, or he sent me a text and said, I'm not going to Nigeria. And I said, Mark, you are a vice chair for organization. You're supposed to go. If they don't put you on the list, call the chairman and ask him why. That was the end of our conversation. So if Mark has not left CMC, if he does so, he is free to do that. But so far, that's not happening. So we don't want to fall for any bit to make it appear like we are going to attack an officer of our party because we hear Robo. So we'll wait to see what Mike Sarah has to say.
Okay, so that's a good thing. He has not reached out to you yet. We believe that then you'll be reaching out to him or so, correct? But he did turn the car over, right?
Yeah, he told the driver to bring the car, so I'll wait for him if there's a reason why he did that. He will explain that to the party. We are very clear, as it is a policy of the CMC that the car does not belong to any officer.
See? Anyway, family. Look, listen.
So until then, we are not. We just leave it at that. I mean, if he wants to make a move, which is his absolute right, he can make a move. I mean, we have absolutely no problem with that.
Okay.
We don't know yet, and we are not going to preempt and start to attack him. He's our member, he's our former candidate, and I will respect that.
What was the rumors about Jeremiah Combs offering a car and he accepted?
Again, that's politics. Mark, as you know, is a very important individual in NIMBA. So if he's going to make that move to the Unity Party, I'm sure, the Unity Party will be happy to do whatever. But I also do know that Mark and Jeremiah will have a very close relationship. So again, I'm not aware of car. I've not been told of any car. And I don't think that I should be the one accusing him of receiving vehicle from Jeremiah Combs, the vice president of the Republic of Liberia. If he does that, the whole country will know. So I don't think those things will remain secret. Cars, you can't take it and put in your pocket. You can sit down inside and drive it.
Thank you very much. We hope we can have you on. We'll discuss further tomorrow. Thank you, Chief.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Great explanation. Good leadership. I appreciate
Yeah.
that.
Well, listen. I know we're deep before tomorrow's show. We'll get all the facts to this. I want to say thank you, Dr. Richardson. And thanks for hanging on, man. CMC just coming plenty on Sponto now. We gotta start them. Imagine Sam Jackson, Jacob Jala, Dr. Richardson. Where are the plenty of CMC coming from? Today we miss the ANC people. Emmanuel Joy, were absent today. And the UP people, they are on and off. I want to say thanks to you. And
So
thanks
that's
to
what you're
everyone.
talking about, Larry Gonkwe, that used to be with ANC.
Yeah, I was talking about Larry Gonkwe, and I was talking about the other guy, man. Conway, Harrison Conway. Harrison Conway. Those are two. Yes.
Larry Yankwe.
Yeah. So those were the two I was talking about, but I just wanted to say thank you, Representative, political leader, Musa Ability. You exercise good leadership by your comment you just made. You told us the policy relating to the cars, and you also told us, political parties are very...
Just why is Ventura from Minnesota?
Yeah, what are you asking?
Say hi to Ventura for us, yeah?
I will. I should be asking Remy doing.
Remy, you know Ventura?
She reached out to me.
No, but you know that Musa let people that they need Ventura. Ventura Kukwe in Liberia, Ventura in Minnesota.
I can't let me finish talking about Tiwa Musa. You exercise great leadership. You told us about the car policy. You told us about the party. You told us about how we respect Mike Green, who's a leader of our political party. It was a great show. Thank you very much.
All the people that Musa ever brought in, The only person I get it a different name that Dr. Richard said, Francis Richard. But you know Victoria quickly in Labra?
Yeah, the dark
you know
skin
her, right,
woman.
Cap?
Yeah.
The ANC woman. You know her, right, Cap?
Yeah.
Cap, you know what us, but you heard of her, right? Victoria?
Who?
Victoria Quickly.
She ran in Montserrat.
Yeah. Victoria Quickly, yeah. That's an ANC woman.
Yeah, but that Musa brought her, right?
Yeah.
Then we have another Victoria in Minnesota again. Musa,
the Victoria that was blasting,
another Musa.
The Victoria that was blasting Minnesota, she reached out. Is that the one?
I remember, let me go back.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Well, I know her though. I mean, for that blasting.
You know Vicky?
Yeah, I know her. I know her from the blasting, man. You know, she went viral.
She went what?
She went viral when she was blasting. You remember?
I forgot to.
No, that's not a picture.
I forgot to tell you, Remy Gray, you didn't talk about the caucus tomorrow, Democratic caucus with Winfrey.
Winfrey came on the show. He talked about it. He came on the show.
Oh, you were here earlier?
Yeah, 1 hour he spent.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I came on late.
1 hour, yeah.
That's great. Yeah. Bye. I just
but Remy, I think Dr. Richard said, I think Remy is awful. The Vicky we talk about is different from Grace Squad. I like Grace Squad.
Yeah, I don't know anything we're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Victoria. I don't know.
Victoria, the lady that I think she's a global chair deputy that always travel when Musa come to America. She was in Maryland.
I don't know her. I don't know her.
You don't know her?
No.
Yeah. But I think she's a strong partisan for CMC.
Oh, okay.
But Kev, why are you laughing?
Well, I'm just concerned. I'm not hearing about ANC anymore. I don't know what's going on, man.
Oh, man, ANC doing fine, but
your party say you concerned.
You left the party hanging and say you concerned.
I'm partyless.
No, but I think AMC, they are regrouping.
That's great.
That's
great. I'm partyless, right?
But I will say this, right? On a serious note, people are taking this for joke. ANC, MPC, LANO, CMC are 4 political parties. If those 4 political parties come together and support either side, CDC or Unity Party, that's our win. You doubt it? Can agree?
No, I mean that's a lot of people you're talking about that, you know.
I'm serious. And what I'm hearing, cohesiveness is moving as fast as possible. And I will need them with the talking about them all. ANC, LANO, MPC, 4 opposition political parties that are very, very strong right now, especially with Musa ability. If they move on the side of Unity Party, CDC must forget it. If they move on the side of CDC, and this election will be one round election, I am seeing it, I'm feeling it, I'm hearing it, I'm sensing it. These guys are coming together. It's nothing like Yama CPP. No. Decision will be made from the get-go. They will come together, and that will be trouble. So I'm saying this: CMC, ANC, MPC, okay, CMC, Musa Belete, ANC, Alexander Cummings, MPC, how you call it, Simon Freeman, LANO, Clarence Monuba. When they come together and say we're going to support this political party, that's a game changer. Make no mistake. That's a force to reckon with. And I'm saying this, I want you to hear me. I know what I'm saying, guys. Have a good night. My grandson is coming now. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Levi Dempsey is coming. Ladies and gentlemen, he's here already. He's coming in. The ball is here. Welcome, Mr. Levi Dempsey. He's here. He's here. Hi. Hello. You want your banana? Oh, the man, you see the banana. There you go. Thank you very much, Mr. Levi. Say hi. Okay, the man go on the tablet. So I said to all of you, Kona Remy Great man, thank you very much. Kefiko, Kev, you ain't working tonight? You staying here? Thank you very much, my man.
All right.
You can lie and say you're going to work. Then you take 1-2 hours, you come back. Then you say that. Oh, they ask you for the picture, they're making sure. How you going to work 2 weeks? You should picture yet. Then they say you got overtime. You can lie like that. But I want to say, man, y'all have a good health, man. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the battle. Thank you. I want to say, Charles Russell, as always, we appreciate your time. Again, Wendy Brand, thank you very much. Bwaka Boy, Aaron, thank you very much. To all of you, I want to appreciate your time on the show. Come back again tomorrow. Fuma, yes, sir. Okay, we are about to leave. Fuma Ture, thank you. Madila Java, Samuel, Koina, thank you. Sam, Deet, thank you. Joseph Dan, thank you. Bobby Zina White, thank you. Michael Asson, thank you very much. You got to follow us. You got to like us. You got to be part of the team. Tama Ofini, Dage, Marie Dage, thank you very much. Let's bring in Guanu Taman, thank you. Dan Binti Sharon, thank you. And all of the good people, Miko Crispy, thank you. Sylvester, thank you. All of our good people will say, okay, Mama, I'm coming. Okay, have a good night. Bye-bye.